Oh my gosh, I forgot to unmute it again. Why can't I? Why does it do? Right, I need to put like a little sticky note because it automatically mutes itself and I don't know why. And I need to remember to unmute it. Oh my gosh, right, let me see if I can catch up again. Linda, bless you. Thank you for the stars. Okay, so let me see. Jutta, hello. Hi, Marie and Caroline. Hi, Emma, Amy, Annie, Emma. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Scott, Cassie. Hi, Sharon and Sophie. Gosh. Yeah. No, it's me. I need to, like I say, I'll try and see if I can put like a little reminder to just unmute it because it's an automatic thing that it mutes itself. I don't know why, but it does. And then that's what, 3 times now I forgot to to take the mute off. Oh, Leanne, thank you for the stars. Oh, bless you, Emma. I'm sorry. It's me. It's me. Hello, Barbara. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all? Are we okay? Have we had a good week? I've had a good week. I have. Any spots on today's live? Yes, there's spaces available, Sophie. So if anybody would like to order, I'll do an updated order list when we get to the end of the current one, and it can definitely be on tonight, as long as it's not obviously not like a monthly charm dip, which is done on a certain day. If you've got an order, Emma, I can add them to it. If it's just with the email, it would have to wait until we process the emails through, I'm afraid. Because obviously with the order on the email, I can just add it on. But if not, I then have to sort of create the new order, if that makes sense. I know it's loyalty cards, but I have to sort of create a new thing. So it would have to wait until we get through to that email. However, that should be Monday. So then it should be Tuesday's live, if that's okay. Hi, Madison. Hello, I'm fine, thank you, Tracy. Hello, hello, hello. Not a problem. So there was an order list posted on the page around 6 o'clock today, and that order list has changed slightly throughout the evening. We've had a couple of people who've wanted to change the days of the lives, and obviously we've added some people on as well. So if you have ordered, do have a quick check of that order list. Like I say, it's changed about 3 times since I posted it. Yep, Caroline, if you've ordered, my lovely, I'll definitely add it on to tonight. That's not a problem. So, updates. We still have our trick or treat. So our trick or treat is with every order you get a trick or a treat card. So it's on the trick or treat card, this one says trick on the back and then others say treats. So that's 15% off the website, 20% off, 10% off, and and there's an extra oyster opening. Okay, so you get a trick or treat card with every order. Madam Mim's not on tonight because I've got a tiny headache, and I just thought I'm absolutely fine, but if she's going to be in my ear every 5 minutes, I just thought that might just get a little bit. So yeah, she's not on tonight. So yeah, she's just freakily staring at me. So we've got our mini sparkle dip. Mini sparkle dips are charm-sized sparkle dip crystals. Now obviously you can have these on a charm, you pick fitting, but you can have them on a what's it called, key ring as well. So there's lots of different styles, sizes and colours in there, and I don't think you can see very well through the bags, but just to give a slight little hint there. We've got our normal sparkle dip, and of course we've got the tantalising treats which are behind me. I'll quickly show you those, and then we'll get started for today. So the tantalising treats, basically you pick a bag. So you pick Casper, Gnasher, Dracula, Toothy or Evil Knievel, and then line number 1 at the top, line number 2 in the middle, and line number 3 at the bottom. And then you get your bag. So if I just bring you back, so the bag is here. Then inside the bag are oysters. And then that way, whatever's in the bag, you get to keep the pearls inside. There's going to be 3 or more oysters in each bag. There's no colour swaps on the tantalising treats. But yeah, it's a great way to start off a pearl collection or to grow a pearl collection as well. And if you wanted jewellery with the pearls that come out or fittings, that can be done as well. Just let me know and I can send you an invoice. So yeah, there's that option as well. Yep, Carol, I have done that. Thank you. Okay, so shall we get started for the evening? Just trying to think, have I missed anything else? Oh, on the website, we've got a couple of new sections. So we've got the keyring section on the website, and also we've actually got the open at home section now as well. So the open at home boxes were in the Christmas section. What I've done is I've moved them into their own category, and that's just because I was getting lots of people sort of asking where are they just want to have a look into them. So I thought it might not be as clear when they're in the Christmas section. So they are in the Christmas section, but they're also in their own category, just so it's easier then for you to find them if you wanted to read about it. So it's just called Open at Home Oysters, and they're all in there. So shall we get started for today? I'm just looking around. I feel like I have forgot something. My pearl picker. I knew I forgot something. There we go. Okay, so up first is Suzanne Whitsett. Suzanne, are you here? Oh, Judith, I'm glad you're happy. Lots of posters gone out this week. I think the next postal run will be on Tuesday. Possibly Monday, but more likely Tuesday, just because, like I said, it's school holidays. So, although I do have Kia here now, but I don't think I'll be able to leave the kids with her. That's not in her job role. Oh, Suzanne, hello. Suzanne, my lovely, you have one opening altogether. Mystery Oyster and donate your shells. Perfect. Is there a certain colour you're hoping for? Okay, a few of you have come on saying that you didn't get notification for the live. What I'll say is sometimes Facebook, as we know, doesn't notify us or doesn't work as like if they're doing an update or something. So what I'll say is if you go to the page and go to our events and say that you're going to all of the events, and the events are each live date that we've booked for the rest of the month. If you say that you're going, Facebook definitely reminds you. Then obviously once it reminds you, you can then decide if you want to join or if you're busy at the time or just not feeling it. But that way then you'll definitely get that notification. So I'll definitely say it's worth saying on the events that you're going to them, because it's just a surefire way to get that notification if you want it. Okay, so let me get this open for you. I do, Jess, but I won't be able to show them today. If you'd like me to show them on a live, pop me an email over and I'll be able to get them ready for another live and let you know which date, if that's okay. So let's go down your mystery oyster, Suzanne. You have a light pop there. Oh, okay, so this shell is breaking up slightly. There we go. Okay, so in here, my lovely, there is your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see a peeper right to the side there. You have a coral pearl. And there's no more in that one. Let me hold this up for you, Suzanne, and you can let me know what you think. Now, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. However, if you would prefer to swap this one, we can do that for you as well. So it's going to be completely up to you what you would like to do. Here he is on the board for you. And then if I run him through, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He is a 7. Lisa, bless you. Thank you for the stars. Suzanne, you love him? Perfect. Let me bring you back up. So just confirm for me that you're happy for that one to go on the jewellery. Let me pop him on here. And I'm going to do your trick or treat as well. So, diving in for your trick or treat. Oh, I forgot to turn the lights on as well. Very happy, perfect. So, your trick or treat, my lovely. And you have a treat. Suzanne, you have an extra oyster opening. So if you're happy to do so, we'll do that extra oyster opening now for you. In which case, what type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Sophie, my lovely, go and rest. If you're not feeling great, my lovely, go rest. Not that we're kicking you off, but it's just that's what's best for you. Absolutely perfect. What do you think? Let's go Halloween. And donate the shells, of course, my lovely. Now, is there a certain colour you're hoping for with this one? Let me get him open. And now with this pearl, then, if you would like to change your mind with the coral, let me know. If not, I'll leave it as the coral. Okay. Let me open this up for you. You have a light pop there. Nicola, thank you for the stars. And I'm sorry you're not feeling very well. I hope you feel better soon. Okay, and in here, there is your mother of pearl. Suzanne, I can see straight away you are twinning. And you're twinning with beautiful, deep, dark purple twins there. Let me just have a squidge as well and see if there's any more in here for you. Okay, so there's no more in that one. And I'm going to dry these up again. Now, like I said, if you prefer to have one of these on the jewellery, do let me know. If not, I'll leave it as that coral. And of course, if you're not happy with these colours, we can swap them for you as well. So it's just letting me know what you would like to do. So here are your twinning dark, deep purple twins. So they are the same colour all the way around there if I just move them round. And if I run them through the board for you, pearl number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. And pearl number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5 as well. What do you think to those, Suzanne? Are you happy with your dark purple twins? I'm actually going to put them back on the board because, as we know, the sand at the moment is just a little bit bright and we can see that true colour when I hold them up here. Keep the coral on the jewellery. Perfect. And just you're happy with those as well. You could confirm for me. Lindsay, bless you. Thank you for the stars as well there. So let me pop these on here for you, Suzanne. Oh, the big cup. You don't want to be making tea today.
Big cup.
The big cup. Thank you very much, darling.
Okay.
Please close it properly so it's cold outside. Yeah. Good, good. Very happy. Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much for the donations with your shells. That's safe up there for you, and I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, so up next then this evening is Bronnie Van Leer. Bronnie, are you here? Oh, Suzanne, bless you. Thank you for the stars as well. I used to do it like that, didn't I? Jess, I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but if you pop me an email over with your 5-digit order invoice number, and then we'll be able to send you over some information. Marie, bless you. Thank you for your stars as well. We've seen some brighter colours like the light purples, corals and greens come out, Caitlyn. So I'm looking for Bronnie Van Leer. Bronnie, are you here? It must be outside. Not a problem, but yeah, send the number over and we'll definitely let you know, give you information. If anybody sees Bronnie, please comment on her comments because that will bring it forward so I can see. And Bronnie, if you're here and no one's sort of answering you, please type I'm invisible as that will bring your comment forward so I can see you. I can't think of any other lighter colours from the Halloween oysters. I think from my memory we've had the light green, the coral and the orange and the light purple. We've had the blood reds, if that counts as a lighter colour. Oh, Hannah, bless you. Thank you for the stars, my lovely. You guys, you don't have to send stars. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. But yeah, don't feel like you have to. Okay, so I haven't seen Bronnie, so we're going to move on. If she does come on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list there. Up next then is Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, are you here? The stars are like an online tip. That's the best way I can describe it. It is like an online tip. So, for example, the stars that Pearls of Brecon receive, it goes back into the events and stuff. So, like this one's buying all the bags and all the decorations and sort of getting everything set. So the stars do go back into the events for you guys, if that makes sense. So again, I'm looking for Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else sees Pamela, please comment on her comment and that will bring it forward so I can see. So last call for Pamela Rousewell. If not, we'll move on. Free star stuff. Sometimes Facebook gives people free stars to send to creators of their choice. It won't charge you unless it tells you it's going to charge you. But I completely understand not wanting to click it because yeah, I get like that sometimes. So yeah, I do get that. But that has been done in the past where Facebook does give people free stars to use if they wanted to. Okay, so I haven't seen Pamela. We're going to move on. So if she does come on, we can add her in again, but it will be to the end of the order list. Kaylee, hello. And Samantha, hello. By the seaside. Ooh, have a lovely time. Is it cold? It's cold here. Up next this evening is Lou Ryan. Lou, are you here? Chelsea, bless you. Thank you for the stars. Yeah, Steph, if you're not comfortable, don't click it. It's the best thing. Yeah, don't. I completely understand. Lou, hello, hello, hello. So Lou, you have our first tantalising treat of the night. So if I bring you across here, I'm going to need to know what pumpkin face you would like and which number row you would like. If you'd like number 1, 2 or 3. What do you think? So the faces are Casper, Nasher, Dracula, Toothy and Evil Knievel. Thank you, Blaine. And it's a bit windy, bless you. Dracula number 3. So if I bring you back, Dracula is in the centre here and number 3 is at the bottom. So here's Dracula and you'll see his little face here. So there he is. So in here you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters. There's no more in that one. Now would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And would there be certain colours that you're hoping for? I'm just getting these open for you, Lee. 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so let's go down. Donate the shells, bless you, thank you. So in here, there's one side, and the other side. And in your first oyster, you have a darker sea green. There's no more in that one. John, bless you, thank you for the stars there. So if I hold up your first pearl out, and he is a sea green pearl, I'm just going to move him around so you can see him there. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in your second oyster, you are quadding, which means you've got the 4 pearls in the one oyster there. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And there's no more in that one there. Now again, I'm just going to dry these up for you and then we'll have a closer look at the colours. Yep, there is space available tonight, so if you would like to order, it can be open tonight, so that's not a problem. Okay, so we have a pastel yellow, a dark silver, a light coral and a slightly two-tonal icy blue. So pastel yellow, dark silver, light coral and two-tonal icy blue. And then I'm just going to pop these in the sand and I will show you them again in a moment. Let's open up your last oyster, Lou. So in here, there's one side and the other side, And in here you have what looks to be a dark black cherry. And there's no more in that swim. So again, let me just dry this dark black cherry up for you. Yep, Sophie, it should be tonight, my lovely. I'll do an updated order list shortly, okay? Donna, that must be a Facebook glitch, because if you can comment, you're not blocked or anything like that. So that must be a Facebook thing. So this is a dark black cherry here, Lou. I hope you're happy with all of these. So if I just pop them, let's pop them on all on the board, and then we'll just go through. Can you have them all on jump rings? Of course you can. So you've got a two-tonal icy blue, a coral, a two-tonal silver, and a lemon yellow, a black cherry, and a sea green. So if we measure them for you, your sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Black cherry's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your icy blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Silver's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your coral's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. So you'd like them on jump rings. Let me write that down for you. Perfect. So that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form, Lou. Okay. So if I pop these on here, and then you get a trick or treat as well. Ooh, so good luck, my lovely. Oh, Cara, bless you. It must be a Facebook thing. So your trick or treat, and you have a trick this time, Lou. That does mean that there's nothing on the back of there. But like I say, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And thank you very much for the donations with your shells. And I've popped that safe up there for you. Good evening, Angela, and hello. Ooh. Oh, that yawn came out of nowhere. Ever so sorry. Oh, Monica, I'm glad. Sorry, I'm glad you're happy with your pendant. Okay, up next this evening is Caitlyn Sneddon. Caitlyn, are you here? No, Lou, you're very, very welcome. Lauren, hello, and hi, Maggie May. Hello, hello, hello. Caitlin, hello, my lovely. Should we do your oyster opening first? So you've got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? I am right, okay. I do try to remember, Monica, I really do. I don't always get it right though. Caitlin, mystery and donate the shells. Perfect. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So let me pop that back and let's open this up for you. And that's down there. So let's go down. Emails, Aria. Yep, we're up to date with emails. Now we've got Kia working with us. Her main bit is looking after emails. So we should be within our 48 hours. Yes. Caitlin, your mystery oyster donation the shells. Like I say, is there a certain colour you're hoping for? Cassie, I'm glad you're happy with your pendant there. So we have a soft pop there. And oh, in here, so on the top half of your shell, you've got this pearl blister at the top. See that rainbow effect in there. However, with your oyster here, I can see you are twinning, and twinning with beautiful gold pearls there. Now they are slightly too tonal here, Caitlyn. Just having a squidge. Okay, so there's no more in that one. And let me dry this up for you. Oh, bless you, Jess. Yes, of course. So if the invoice has been paid now, then it will be included in the next postal run. Yeah, it doesn't, obviously orders get sent out once all the invoices have been paid. So yeah, don't worry, it will get sent, and you'll get dispatched email as soon as it's sent as well. So it should be sent in the next one, which would be Monday or Tuesday. So Caitlyn, these are your two tonal gold pearls. So if I move these round, this one here, you can see as we go around the pearl, it gets lighter and then brighter as we go around there. And pearl number 2, again, does the same. Obviously it does have slightly different markings, but it does have the same sort of colouring to him. Now, what do you think to these? If you're happy with these and happy with one of these to go on the jewellery, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them though. So let me know what you think and what you would like to do. So your gold number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5. Oh, he's a runaway. Not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they are the same size there. Those are perfect, and I can choose which one to go on the charm. Of course, that's not a problem. Well, I'm glad you're happy with the colour there. I'm just putting them on here for you. You also have a mini sparkle dip. So, mini sparkle dip. We're just going to mix them up first for you. And then I'm going to dive in and take a good pinch. I'm not going to look. And open up the bag so you can see quite a good size pinch there, and then oh, I can feel them going everywhere. Slowly going to wiggle and drop. I think that's one. That is one. So you've got this one here. Let me put the runaways back in and then I'll show you this one. So with this one here, you can either stick or twist. With this one, you can only twist once if you would like to risk it, but let me show you this first and then you can let me know what you think and what you would like to do. So this is a light blue textured raindrop. So let me hold it so you can see. So this is light blue. So it does have that raindrop shape to him, but it does have that texture sort of cut out around the edge there. If I turn him round as well, it does have that blue colour. And again, depending on where the light hits it, depends on if it's light or dark blue. Like I say, if you're happy with this one, you can stick, or if you prefer to risk it and twist it, you can do so as well. What do you think, Caitlyn? What would you like to do? Twist with that one. Okay. Oh, so that one is going to be staying out of the bag, and then it will get added back in again after your twist. Okay, so again, I'm just going to give them a quick mix. Sue, bless you, thank you for the stars there. And then I'm going to close my eyes and take a big pinch, and then wiggle. And that is one. Oh, don't put the card in there. Okay, so your sparkle dip, my lovely, is this one here. So let's go down. Now you have the pink flower crystal charm. So you can see it's like a rose pink, and again it has a point on both sides, which means the charm isn't going to sit still. It is going to sort of teeter and move around so the light catches it there. So you have a rose pink flower crystal charm. Caitlyn, I hope you're happy with that one. Now again, I'll just let you all know the fittings aren't attached to the charms just yet, and that's just because obviously you guys get to pick what fitting you'd like. So we do make them up afterwards. They don't get sent out like that. So, oh Caitlyn, I'm glad you're happy with that one as well. So you also get a trick or treat. Let me just pop that on there for you. And your trick or treat, I don't know if you can hear, but I do give them a mix. I have to be careful though, because the corners of these I didn't round in. Like, I'll show you, they're just really spiky. I think I should round them off because I dive my hand in and get poked. So your trick or treat card, you do have a trick there. That does mean that there's nothing on the back of that one, my lovely, but I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And thank you very much for the donations with your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Oh, tea. Excuse me. Aaron's made a big cup in hopes that it will last longer, but he doesn't realise that it's the temperature of the tea. If it goes too cold. But I think that cup's good at retaining the heat actually, so we'll see. Lauren, hello. Hello. Right, up next this evening is Vicky Dunn. Vicky, are you here? A mug and a half. It is indeed this one. If I show you next to my head. Like, it is a huge mug. Could have showed you. That's like, literally, like I have huge hands. And this bit spins around as well. Yeah. It is a Harry Potter Harry Potter mug. Vicky, hello. Shall we do your normal opening first and your tantalising treats afterwards? So with your normal opening, what type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Are you, Tracy? I'm so jealous. I said to Aaron that I think that's what I want to do as a family for my birthday next year, is to go to Harry Potter Studios, because it's quite expensive, isn't it? But yeah, I've been once. But yeah, my daughter's at the age now where she's literally just finished reading all of the books. So yeah, she's all ready and raring to go. And Aaron's never been either, so I'd love to go as a family. I don't know where the mug's from. It's from a shop in town. Aaron got it for me when he was out with the kids. So I don't know where it's from, I'm afraid. Also sent a loyalty card. Bear with me, let me have a look. Oh, bless you, Samantha. Yes, of course. Have a lovely time. Oh, I think this is you, Vicky. And you've named it and dated it. That's perfect. So you've got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate their shells? Oh, bless you, Emma. Home Bargains are selling pumpkin mugs. Are they? Ooh. Halloween and a mystery and donate the shells. Sparkle Dip's going to have to move out the way, I'm afraid. So, mystery and Halloween. Oh, nearly knocked Madam Lim over there. Yeah, we do have spaces for tonight, so if you would like to order, it can be open tonight, yes. So this is the Halloween one. We'll open up the Halloween oyster first. and then we'll do the mystery oyster second. Now, Vicky, are there certain colours you're hoping for here? So let's go down. Your Halloween oyster is this one here. Oh, quite a nice pop there. And oh, both of them, you are twinning, ran away there just as I opened up the oyster. So there's your mother of pearl. And let me squidge these for you. You're hoping for greens. Now there's no more in that one. And you're hoping for greens. Now these are a dark green. Now I don't know if these are too dark for you. So of course at the end, if you're not happy, we can swap them. But I'm hoping you can see that dark olive green. If I hold it up like that, hopefully you can see that there. But again, with the darks, if I pop them in the sun, that normally helps us see the colours. Let's see. There you go. There's, you can see that dark olive green there. And then moving on to your mystery oyster, we have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see another darker pearl there. And there's no more in that one. So let me just dry him up for you. And if we have a close look at this colour as well. So he's a darker gunmetal grey. Slightly two-tonal with slightly lighter spots as we go around, but he is base darker gunmetal grey. With your twinning dark olive greens there. Now, Vicky, if you're happy with these, I'll need to know that you're happy, of course, but if you're not happy, we can swap them. So just let me know what you think and what you would like to do with these. They're called tantalising treats, Lauren. They'll be under the pumpkin section. No, they're not. There's not a pumpkin section. They'll be under the Halloween section or the new in section or the fun section. So if I run these through the board, twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they are the same size there. And then your darker gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Can we swap one green for a sea green? Of course we can. If I hold this up for you, can you just confirm, are you happy with that one there? Are you happy with that one? Perfect. Perfect. I'm glad you're happy with him. So you also have a tantalising treat. So if we bring up the faces, I'll need to know which face you would like and then which number. So number 1 is the top row, number 2 is the bottom row, and number 2 is the middle row, and number 3 is the bottom row. And the faces are Casper, Toothy, Dracula, or Evil Knievel. Which face would you like, and what number row? Yep, Julie should be able to. Evil Knievel number 3. So Evil Knievel is this one right on the end here. Number 3 is this bottom corner. So if we just take him off, and you can see Evil Knievel there. Anne, bless you, thank you for the stars. Okay, so we're donating these shells as well. Inside here you have 1, 2 and 3. There's no more in that one. So let's get these open for you. Loyalty card. So basically, if you order an item of jewellery, you get a loyalty sticker. If you get 6 stickers, you then get a free oyster opening. So the card is just what you stick the stickers onto. So if you've got a loyalty card already, you don't need one. Obviously, if you don't have one already, just click yes, and then we can send one out for you. So let's go down. You'd like to donate the shells again. Perfect, thank you. So we're going to open up this oyster first. So this is a mystery or a Halloween oyster. You have a light pop there. I'm just going to see if we can do that again. So it's softer pop a second time. Yeah, there we go. And there's your mother of pearl. And in here you have a darker pearl there. He looks like he's a dark chocolate there, Vicky. And there's no more in that one. So if I dry him up and hold him up so you can see. He is a darker chocolate pearl, slightly two-tonal. You can see that he's lighter and darker there. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have another chocolate pearl, almost like a latte colour. And there's no more in that one. So it's a lighter chocolate. Like I say, it's that latte kind of tone to him. If I dry him up and hold him up as well so you can have a closer look. And then moving on to your last oyster. Lauren, that would be a hoop fitting, and that would fit onto a Pandora. So Vicky, your last oyster from your tantalising treat. There's one side and the other side. And you've got 3 dark pearls in a row there. There's no more in that one. And we have a third chocolate. So actually, Vicky, you've got 3 different shades of chocolate here. Let me show you. So this is the one that's just come out. Then this is your first one. And this is the latte one. So you can see you've got like this dark chocolatey silver. You've got this chocolate in the centre, and then this lighter latte chocolate on the end there. I hope you're happy with these, my lovely. So if I measure them, the lighter latte chocolate's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The chocolatey silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And the chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. So I'm just going to bring you back up here. I'm just popping these in here for you. Love them, Vicky. Perfect. I'm glad you're happy with those, my lovely. You also have a trick or treat as well. So if we dive in here, and your trick or treat card, you have a treat. You have a 15% off code for the website. So tomorrow you'll get an email from me with a 15% off code in that email. You'll be able to use the code straight away, but also it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it if you would like to. Vicky, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, and that's safe up there for you, my lovely. Oh, and thank you very, very much for the donations of your shells as well. No, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. Oh, okay. And up next this evening is Sharon Lam. Sharon, are you here? Everyone who has ordered, I'll be doing an updated order list in 2 people time. I have Sharon and then Lindsey, and then I'll do an updated order list. Okay, so if you have ordered, I'll do a written and a verbal order list so you can hear and see whereabouts you are. Okay, so I'll print those off in just a moment. Sharon, hello. Sharon, shall we do your oyster opening first and then followed by your tantalising treat? With your oyster opening, what type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Now, I top up this board as we go, so we won't have any spaces on here. So all the options are always available. I do have like a lineup of bags ready to top the board up. You did add in the comments. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, Sharon. Zoe, bless you. Thank you for the stars. Let me just have a look here, Sharon. Bear with me. It's because with the checkout forms, I don't get to see them. So let me just have a look. Oh, bless you. Okay, not a problem. Okay. Okay, perfect. So I'm looking for Angela Underwood. Angela, are you here? Yeah, we do, Kelly, but Sophie's actually feeling unwell today, so she's not here tonight. We do have Mr. Shushaman, but no, Sophie's not feeling very well, bless her. Louise, you're very, very welcome. I'm glad you're happy. Donated shells, they go to my mum who works in a nursery. There's just one example of what the shells are used for. They use craft activities, collages, learning through play, explaining the world. So there's just one example there. Angela, hello. Angela, so this is a gift for you. Sharon, would you like me to say what the item is, or would you prefer me to keep it a secret? So, Angela, you have one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Thank you, Nicola. And Kia, you're here. Thank you, Kia. Yeah, I can keep it a secret. That's not a problem. Sorry, I've got a really itchy, like just above my eyebrow, which is why I keep getting this thing. I don't know what's going on. There's no hair there or anything, I don't think. It's just really itchy all of a sudden. Angela, mystery oyster and keep your shell. Is there a certain colour you're hoping for? So your mystery oyster, let me get one out for you. So if I dive in. And let's get him open. And let's go down. So Angela, your mystery oyster. You like them all and it's your first time. Okay, so we'll see what comes out, my lovely. You can let me know what you'd like to do. So in here, ooh, so I'm going to clean up the shells for you in just a moment, but there's your mother of pearl. And we can see straight away towards the side here, a pinky watermelon pearl there. Now I think he's slightly two-tonal. I will have a look for you in just a moment. But first of all, let's just have a squidge. No, there's no more in that one. So let me just clean this shell up for you, and then we'll hold up the pearl so you can have a closer look. Okay, so let me just dry this up for you, and we'll pop him straight on here and have a look at this one. So slightly two-tonal watermelon. Now if you're happy with these, that's perfect. You can keep this one, Angela. However, if you're not happy with this one, we can swap him for you. So he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. What do you think to this one? Would you like to keep him? Or of course you do have that to swap option if you'd like to. Cassie, yeah, you can eat oysters, but you can't eat these oysters. Okay, so oysters, obviously the different oysters you can eat, but yeah, you can't eat these ones here. Okay. You'd like to keep that one, Angela. Perfect. I'm glad you're happy with him. Let me just wrap these shells up for you. And you also have a tantalising treat, if I've read that correctly, which means you get to pick an oyster bag off the board. So if I bring you across to our pumpkin faces, what I'll need from you is I'll need what pumpkin face you would like, and then what number bag you would like. So bag number 1 is the top line, bag number 2 is the middle line, and bag number 3 is the bottom line. So I'll need to know what face you would like and what number bag you would like. So we've got Casper, Gnasher, Dracula, Toothy, and Evil Knievel. Casper number 3. So Casper's this first row right at the front, number 3's right at the bottom here. So if we take that off, and you can see that that's Casper there. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells, Angela? So in here you have 1, 2, and 3, and there's no more in that one. So let me get these open for you. One, 2, and 3. So let's go back down. Hello, Karen, and Melinda, hello. So like I say, would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells? Now what I can see straight away is this one here, that Mr. Lobster's trodden on him. So you can see the shell has actually been broken slightly there. So I do apologise. It is Lauren, but not in a name. In a name, it's spelt E-V-E-L. I had to Google it like 5 times because I didn't believe it either. But yeah, apparently in the name it's spelt differently to evil, as in an evil person, if that makes sense. So there's the other side, Angela. And in here, now the pearl has come out backwards. If I just move this, we can see the pearl there. So like I say, it has come out just... and there's no more in that one. So would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? I'm going to get rid of, not get rid of, but put this one to the side with the first half, just because that's completely come apart there. This half I can keep for you, and along with your other shells, if that's what you'd like to do. So it's completely up to you, Angela. I'm going to clean it off just in case you'd like to keep them, and I'll pop it to the side. However, if you prefer to donate these ones, that's fine as well. So your first pearl out is a lemon yellow here. If I pop him on the board, and he's slightly two-tonal, he's got lighter and darker yellow as you go around there. So your first pearl out is a lemon yellow. Donate these shells. Oh, bless you. Thank you, my lovely. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in your second oyster, straight away I can see you have a dark purple there, and there's no more in that one. And let me just dry him up for you. And again, if I pop him on the board so you can have a close look. So you have a lemon yellow and a dark purple. And then moving on to your last oyster, again from your tantalising treats. Yep, Sophie, that's not a problem. If I haven't done it automatically, when it's your turn, just let me know that you've got that second order and I'll add them together. So there's the other side. And Angela, in your last oyster, you are twinning. And you're twinning with darker chocolate twins there. Now, these chocolates, they do visually look slightly different in colour. You've got one slightly darker, one slightly lighter. But let me just dry them up so you can have a close look. And again, I'll pop them on the board for you. Okay, so you can see you've got your dark chocolate, slightly lighter chocolate, and then you've got your lemon yellow and your purple as well. Angela, I hope you're happy with all of those. Just bring them this way so you can see. And if I run them through the board for you as well, your purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Chocolate number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Chocolate number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. Oh, he's a 6.5. I do hope you're happy with those, my lovely. And I'm just popping all of these in here for you. Oh, bless you, Angela, from my end. And Sharon, I apologise I didn't see the note to start with, but I hope you're happy with that as well. Now, this order does get a trick or treat. So if we dive in here, and within here, you have a treat, my lovely. Now, you have an extra oyster opening. Sharon, this order has an extra oyster opening. Who has the extra oyster opening here? What do you think? Sorry, I feel awkward asking. I don't mean to make it like that. I'm ever so sorry. But there's an extra oyster opening. What would you like to do? Angela, oh Sharon, bless you. Angela, it is yours, my lovely. Oh, oh, bless you. Both of you said, oh no, you guys have it. Tell you what, if there's like twins in an oyster, you could then have a pearl each, and then it's like you've got each other's twin. But what first, just, yeah, I don't know. What type of oyster would you guys like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate the shells? I think it might be a hair. I'm just going to scrape the hair into my hair. Oh, I've made it come out now. I've just realised my gloves are slightly different colours. That's going to annoy me now, I've noticed. They come from the same bag of gloves though. I love that twin for each person idea. I can't believe I haven't thought about that before. It's like best friends bracelets, like each of you have a twin. Oh, I love that idea. I need to write that down. Yep, okay, Halloween. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells? So, Halloween Oyster. Keep or donate these shells. Let's get him open. And let's go down. So, in here, Angie's your best friend. Oh, fingers crossed. I hope you get twins now after me saying that. So let's have a look. Oh, I'm nervous now. Ooh. Okay, so, and oh, you have a runaway. Donate the shells. Bless you. Thank you. There is your mother of pearl. And first of all, you have a dark purple runaway there. Oh, there's no more in that one. Oh, I got so excited then. But you guys, you do have a dark purple here. Now, if you're happy with this purple, that's perfect. However, if you're not happy, we can swap him. So let me know what you think and what you'd like to do. Oh, Jess, bless you. Yeah, we'll be able to do that. So when it's your turn, let me know and I can either refund you for one set of the earrings, or if you would like a treat bag, if there's a price difference, again, I can refund you the difference. I'll just make a note and do it first thing in the morning, if that's okay with you. So yeah, let me know when it's your turn. I can definitely either refund you a pair, or if you would like to sort of swap it kind of thing, we can do that as well. It's not a problem. It's fine. You're starting her off a pearl collection. Oh, I love that. So your purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Can you confirm that you're happy with that colour there? Bless you, Jess. Not a problem. It's happened before. Somebody's ordered something twice by accident. It's not a problem at all. Just get that sent back for you. Like I say, if you're not happy with the purple, we can swap it. Oh, Angela, I think you're happy. You're very welcome on my end. Sharon, are you happy with that one as well? You love the purple. And it's a different colour to what you've got already as well, isn't it, that purple? Happy? Perfect. No, you're very welcome as well. Well, thank you both, and let me start that again. I'm glad you're both happy with that. Now I've kept the first set of shells for you, and thank you very, very much for the donations with the rest of your shells there. I do hope that you'll both be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, and up next this evening is Lindsey Kinlock. Lindsey, I saw you earlier, so I think hopefully you're still here. Bless you, Sharon. Oh, are they, Karen? See, I need some more mugs. I don't know if Aaron would agree, but I really do. Lindsay, hello. You have a tantalising treat and you are ready. Casper and donate the shells. Casper 1. So as we know, Casper's on this end here. So I'll grab number 1 for you. Can you still see? Yeah. And then I'll top those up in just a moment. So Casper, you can see him there. Number 1, donating the shells. So there's 1, 2, and 3 oysters in there. Let me get these open for you. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for, Lindsay? A rectangle crystal, Louise. Is that the charms that are on the website? So you, they're available to purchase on the website. You just need to make sure that all the drop down options have been chosen. So I think you need to pick what colour you'd like, if you'd like a gift box or not, and possibly a 4 pearl oyster or not. So once all the drop downs are chosen, it should let you add it to your basket. Lindsay, let's go down. So we'll start with this oyster here. So this one is a mystery or a Halloween oyster. You have a lighter pop there. And in here, oh, beautiful pearl blister in that one. And in here, oh, I can feel down there. The tantalising treats are £20 plus postage. And I can feel right down there we go. That one didn't want to come out there. Happy to be surprised. So you have this lemon yellow there. There's no more in that one. So it's a darker lemon yellow. We've had a few yellows this evening, haven't we? So there is your lemon yellow. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and in here you have a gold, and there's no more in that one. So lemon and gold go really well together. They've got that sort of tone. We actually do a bracelet, the Lion King bracelet with these sorts of tones on. They do go beautifully together. And then moving on to your last oyster. Jacqueline, I hope she feels better soon. Bless her. So your last oyster, Lindsay. And in here, there's one side and the other side. Oh, and popped out backwards then. A larger, darker pearl. And there's no more in that one. And then let me have a closer look at his colour as well. Now he looks like he's a dark chocolate. Let me just see. Yeah, I thought he had some purple in there, but I do believe he's just that sort of darker, rich chocolate colour. Again, very autumnal, and all 3 colours go beautifully together and actually go down in size there as well. So you've got this larger dark chocolate, your lighter gold, and your lemon yellow. What do you think to those? I hope you're happy with them, Lindsay. If I run them through the board for you, your lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And your chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He is an 8. Let me bring you back up here. I do love that colour combination. It's very, obviously we're moving into autumn, so it's very now. I don't normally say stuff like that. It's very now. But no, it is. And yeah, autumn's my favourite. I think that's why I love it so much, because autumn's my favourite month of the year. Month? Oh my gosh. Season. If you guys would like to order, you can order on our website. Just posted the website there. It's also in the comments above. If you're ordering, you can get added on for opening tonight. I'll do an updated order list. So I'm about to do an updated order list for those of you who have ordered. So I'll do a verbal order list and I'll type it down at the same time, so then I can post it on the page and in the comments as well, so you can visually see whereabouts you are as well. Okay. Any of the questions I'm trying to answer as we go. Obviously, as you know, our admin, she doesn't feel very well today, so I am trying to answer. If I miss anything, I do apologise. Lindsay, I'm glad you're happy with the colours. You also have a trick or treat. So let me get this open this way round. So your trick or treat card, my lovely, and you have a treat. You have a 10% off code for the website. So tomorrow you'll get an email from us with the 10% off code. And then you'll be able to use that straight away on the website, but also it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it if you would like to. I want to thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells, and I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, so I'm going to, like I say, do that updated order list now. So I'm not going to look at comments for a moment because I'm going to be typing the order list down whilst reading it out as well. Lindsay, you're very, very welcome. So up next would be, like I said, I'm not looking at the comments for just a moment. Up next would be Caroline Rensberg. And then Zoe Mealy. Sophie Rogers. Claire Whitaker. Emma Favel. Jessica Barr. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jessica. Jessica B. Jessica, is it Barrag? I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that, my lovely. Amy Mizzle. And Sophie Rogers. I'll add that on in a moment. Okay, so Caroline. Oh, I spelt your name wrong there, Caroline. How did I get that so wrong? Caroline R, Zoe M, Sophie R, Claire W, Emma F, Jessica B and Amy M. So this is going to be on the Pearls of Brecon page where our order list was earlier. I've just put a space and then I've put the new order list there. So it's just posting. There we go. So refresh the page and you can see it there. And then I've just popped it in the comments as well, so you can see it there. Okay. And again, still spaces available, so if you would like to order, I'll do another updated order list when we get to the end of this order list I've just posted, and you can be tonight if you would like to be. Yep, Nikki, I got your email, my lovely, and I did pop, I re-looked at the order and it doesn't have an oyster opening. You were very correct, I do apologise. But yeah, that's going to be, I've put it in to be processed through now as well. Okay, so that should be getting, because it doesn't have an opening, it should be getting shipped to the next postal run, which will be Monday or Tuesday. So you'll have an email soon, okay. So up first is Caroline Rensberg. And Caroline, hello. Can you have Casper number 2 donate the shells and you'll see what comes out. Okay, so you do have a tantalising treat. So that's all the Caspers that need topping up. I'll definitely top those up after Caroline's opening here. Like I said, we definitely can top them up. It's just, so here's Casper number 2. Casper's very popular. It's because he's got such a sweet face. Let's get him open. So you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters in there. Sorry, Nikki. you were correct. So there's 1, 2 and 3. So Caroline, you'd like to donate your shells and we're going to see what colours come out. Okay, so let's go down. So in here, there's one side, and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are quadding. You have got 4 pearls in your first oyster there from your tantalising treats, and there's no more in that one. Is it bad to say, Lauren, we haven't done outfits yet? My son, bless him, he does keep asking. I just was waiting for the holidays to then actually have a daytime to sort it with them. So yeah, bad mum alert, but no, we'll get them. Ask me on the next live, Sunday. Yeah, we should get them this weekend, so yeah. But Caroline, look at these. You have a candy floss pink, a icy blue, a gold and a light lilac purple. Beautiful quadding colours to start with there. Candy floss pink, icy blue, gold and a lilac purple. Moving on to your next oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, I can see straight away that you are twinning. So quadding and twinning there. And there's no more in that one. And these are pink twins. So you've got candy floss pink twins there. And then moving on to your last oyster from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here, oh, you have a autumn peach. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so again, let me just pop the autumn peach on the board as well for you, Caroline. I hope you're happy with all of these. I'll see if I can fit them all on here. Now, the autumn peach is slightly two-tonal. As you can see, he's slightly lighter and brighter as you go around there. Okay, I'm going to see. I think they might start dropping through the board. We'll see. Oh! Yeah, this pink here I'm going to have to hold up. Okay, so you have an autumn peach, twinning pinks, a light lilac purple, a gold, a icy blue and a pink, which is a 7.5. I'm just holding it with my finger underneath to stop it dropping through there. I hope you're happy with all of those. Yes, Ashley, we have a large range of jewellery on our website, which you'll find in the description above. Now, you can have the pearls on their own, but yes, you can have jewellery with them if you'd like to. Caroline, I'm glad you're happy with those. So the pink from the quadding oyster is a 7.5, and then the icy blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, and not a 7.5, he's an 8. And the lilac purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your Awesome Peach is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And Twin Pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. Oh, I keep dropping them, I'm so sorry. He's not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5 as well. How am I after my operation? Oh, I had such good news. Was it yesterday? I had a letter come through. Now, with my operation, they removed a lump that shouldn't have been there. And yeah, my letter came through and basically said that the lump they removed has no abnormalities. Now, for a good few months, we did they did think it was a sarcoma, which is the type of cancer. But yeah, the letter came through yesterday to say that it's not, and it has no abnormalities. So yeah, it's been a real good week for me. Yeah, I was so chuffed. Like, I was so happy when that came. I'm tearing up. I was so happy when that letter came through yesterday. Oh, but yeah, so it's a good week for me. So Caroline, I'm glad you're happy with those colours. Let's do your trick or treat. Thank you, everyone. It is. I was so happy. Okay, so Caroline, your trick or treat, and you have a treat, and you have an extra oyster opening as well. There's quite a few of those going around tonight. So Caroline, if you're happy to do so, we'll do your extra oyster opening now. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I said to Aaron I want to want to celebrate, so we got a cake and we celebrated, and the kids stayed up late and we celebrated. It was a good day yesterday. Don't tear up. Oh, bless you. Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's removed and it's not anything nasty. So yeah, I'm happy. Very, very happy. I didn't know if I was going to say anything, but I just thought, why not? Not a lot of you will know what I'm on about, but those of you who've watched the last few months, you've sort of known that I've had that operation, and it's just been a up and down road, wasn't it? But we're here and we're fine. So Caroline, though, you have an extra oyster opening. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Thank you, everybody. Mystery and donate. Is there a certain colour you're hoping for with this one? Let's get him open. And let's go down. So in here, oh, lovely pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here you have a blue pearl. And you have a dark TARDIS blue pearl there. Let me dry him up for you. What do you think to this one? Now, with this one, if you wanted to, you can swap him, Caroline. But of course, if you're happy with the colour, that's perfect as well. So he's a beautiful darker blue pearl there. What do you think? If I run him through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise, I didn't. There we go. The camera is obviously in a different position tonight. You guys wouldn't know that, but for me, so holding it in the sand is slightly different angles. You love that one as well. Perfect. Caroline, you're very, very welcome. So let me pop this in here. And I do hope, Caroline, you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And thank you for the donations with your shells. Oh, wow. Lindsay as well. I hope everything comes back with what you're hoping for. And Ashley as well. It is scary, isn't it? It's so scary. Just try and stay positive. And yeah, that's all I can say. It's a scary thing, because it is. Yeah, if you stay positive, and then I wish you all the luck in the world. Okay, so up next this evening is Zoe Mealy. Zoe, are you here? Zoe, hello. Oh, I need to top Casper up. Thank you. Which one's this is Casper. Oh, let me double check Casper. Yeah, he is Casper. Okay, so Zoe, shall we do your tantalising treat first while I put these back up? Let's take you over to the faces so you can have a look. So you get to pick with you've got 2 tantalising treats, Zoe. So let me know what 2 faces you would like and what numbers you would like as well. I'll get them both down from the board, but I will open them up separately so you can see what oysters come from what face. Just because I like to know as well, and especially if you're a viewer and you've sort of had your eye on a certain bag and certain face, it's quite then if it gets picked, it's quite cool to see what comes out. Or for me personally, I like it as well. So all the Caspers are topped back up now, okay. So Zoe, if we do your tantalising treats, what 2 faces and numbers would you like? So we've got, Toothy number 3, of course. And do you have another one as well? So you've got Casper, Nasher, Dracula, Toothy and Evil Knievel. And then of course 1, 2 or 3. Okay, so Toothy 3. Toothy is the second row in, so Toothy number 3 is at the bottom, and Casper number 1 is this top corner one up here. So we'll start with Toothy. I've got Casper down as well, but we'll start with Toothy here. So Toothy has 1, 2, 3 oysters there. So let me get these open. Now, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? So 1, 2 and 3. Let's go down. Donate the shells. Okay, perfect. So if I get these open for you. Oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in oyster number 1, you are quadding. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Zoe, oyster number 1, you are quadding there, and there's no more in that one. So you have a watermelon, a coral, a bright, it's in between a lemon yellow, and a sunshine yellow. I'm going to put the apple green on this side because he nearly fell through then. So apple green, watermelon, coral and brighter in between a sunshine and a lemon yellow there. They are beautiful quadding colours. I love the shade of that watermelon. He's beautiful. So that's from your first oyster there. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side. Oh, careful. And the other side. And in here you have a darker chocolate, and there's no more in that one. Here is your darker chocolate. Actually, it's almost like a latte kind of tone with that chocolate pearl there. And then moving on to your last oyster from Toothy. There's one side and the other side. And oh, in here you have a two-tonal Pepsi and TARDIS blue. So again, let me just dry him up for you. Now we'll go through and measure them all at the end, I think. So this is two-tonal TARDIS and Pepsi blue. So you can see here, beautiful, almost like a cloudy sort of look to him with the two-tonal markings there. So if I put them on the board all together. So this is from Toothy, and then we'll open up Casper for you. So you've got an apple green, a watermelon, a coral, a lemon / sunshine yellow, a two-tonal blue, and a chocolate. So that's from your first tantalising treats bag there. Then if we bring you back up so we can look at number 2. So this is your Casper bag number 1. So in here you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters in there. All quite big oysters, this one actually. So again, let me get these open for you, my lovely. There's 1, 2 and 3. So let me just pop that over there, and again, let's go down. So we'll open up this type of shell first with this one, Zoe. And you've got a softer pop there. And in this oyster here, there's your mother of pearl. Now I can see straight away in here you have a lemon yellow. Let me pop him out there and let me have a squidge. There's no more in that one. Quite a nice larger sized yellow here, Zoe. So there is your lemon yellow. Moving on to your second oyster. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to everybody joining. Oh, that was a good crunch on that one. There's one side and the other side. And in here, Zoe, you are quadding for a second time. Quadding with both of your tantalising treat bags today. And there's no more in that one. And let me dry him up. I think I opened... No, it was definitely Toothy. See, Casper, Toothy. Definitely Toothy. So if I pop these on the board, you have a chocolate, a icy blue, a sea green and a apple green. And they go really nicely together as well, actually. So chocolate, icy blue, sea green and apple green. And then moving on to your last oyster. So again, this is Casper. there's one side. And the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And there's no more in that one. Let me just dry these up for you as well. Michelle, bless you. Thank you for the stars there. And you're twinning here, Zoe, with chocolatey silver twins. Let me just pop them up here. So you can see they're base chocolate, but they do have this silver overtone to them. They are lovely. So if I pop these from your Casper bag, you have got your quadding icy blue, chocolate, apple green, sea green, twinning silvery chocolate, and that large lemon yellow as well. I hope you're happy with all of those. So all in the board, if we go through and measure from both bags there. So if I hold this up, you can sort of see, obviously it gets slightly brighter, but you can see all your pearls there. So if we run them through, I'm going to do this fast, so please bear with me. Okay, well, I'm going to try do it fast. Now I've said that, I've just jinxed myself. So quad number 1, apple green, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Your watermelon's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Your coral's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And your lemon yellow's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Your latte chocolate's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. And your two-toner blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. So that's from your first bag there. Your second bag, icy blue quadding oyster, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He is a 7, sorry. Your chocolate silver's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Your apple green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He is a 7, sorry. And your sea green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. So your twins are measuring at different sizes there. And last but not least, that yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Zoe, can you have them all on lobster fittings? Of course you can, but I hope you're happy with all of those colours there. Let me pop them all in here for you, and then I'll write that down. I hope that measuring was okay. Let me pop these on here. On lobster. Okay, so that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. You also have 2 sparkle dips with oyster openings as well, Zoe. So we'll do both the sparkle dips and then both the oyster openings together, if that's okay with you. So with your sparkle dip bag, that's this one here, we're going to give them a mix, and then we'll dive in and pull one out. So we're just mixing them to start with, and then if I dive in and grab, that is a huge, I don't know how that looks, but oh, that feels, yep, like a huge pinch there. Let's start whittling it down. I think I've still got more than one. Which one's gonna drop? I think that's 2. Which one's gonna, okay, so you have this one here. Let's put the runaways back in here. So with this one, you can stick or you can twist. Yep, I'm from Northamptonshire. Thank you, Linda. That is correct. Northamptonshire in the UK. So let's go down. You have a crystal star pendant here. Now this is the mirror style, which means you've got yellows, blues and purples depending on the angle of the star. Now what do you think to this one, Zoe? Like I say, if you're happy you can stick, or if you prefer to risk it and twist it, you can do so. Yep, Milton Keynes is about half an hour, 40-minute drive away from me. It is in England, yeah. Did you, Joanne? Oh, bless you. It does get, obviously, when you say the numbers repeatedly, it would get easier. But Zoe, what do you think? Twist with that one. Okay, so this one is going to stay out of the bag, and it does get added back in the bag again once we've done your twist. So we're just going to give them another mix, and then we'll dive in and pull a big pinch out. I think that's, yeah, I think that's two. Is that one? No. Okay, now that's one. Okay. It's hard to tell sometimes. Okay, so just popping all the runaways back in here. So your twist has given you a golden shadow, large. So this is the largest in this pendant size that we do. So golden shadow, large raindrop pendant. So let's go down. Look at him. Zoe, I hope you're happy with this one. So you can see you've got the lighter and the darker golden shades, and it's actually on a long drop bail as well, which does give it that more elegant look and feel to the pendant there. Now if you had a pearl on this one, it would go sitting at the top there, but again, even though you've got oyster openings, you don't have to have the pearl on there, so it's going to be completely up to you. But I do hope you're happy with that one, Zoe. So if I bring you back up, we're going to dive in for your second dip, and then again you get to stick or twist with this one again because it's your second dip now. So again, we're just going to give them a quick mix, and then if I dive in and grab a big pinch, again another big pinch there. Is any going to fall? No. Okay, so we're going to just wiggle. Oh, they went down quickly. Is that one? That went down very quickly. Okay, so your pendant here, and you have a clear crystal pendant here. Let's go down. So this is the clear dragon egg pendant. Now you can see it on the card there, you can see that dragon egg shape. I'm actually going to hold it with my over my glove, because then it will just bring that sort of design forward so you can see whilst it's on the camera. What do you think to this one, my lovely? Now again, because this is your second dip, you can stick or twist again with this one. So it's completely up to you what you would like to do. Stick or twist with your dragon egg. Twist with that one. Okay, so again, this one is going to stay out of the bag, and then it will get added. Don't be sorry, not a problem. It's why we have the stick or twist there, my lovely. So it gives you that option to do it. So never be sorry. Let's give them a mix again for you. So like I said, it's going to be staying out of the bag, and it gets added back in again after your twist. So it just means that you don't get that one again. Okay, so they've just given them a mix, and I'm just, okay, you can see there's nothing there. It's just because I was pushing them all together to grab a big pinch there. Okay, so oh, I think that's one. That is one. Okay, let's pop those ones back in there. So you've actually got a very similar pendant to your first one, which was also a twist, wasn't it? Now it's a different colour, but the same pendant. So again, it's a large raindrop crystal pendant with the long drop bail as well. So let's go down. And this is a different colour. So this is the light silver shades. So you've got the golden shadow, and this is light silver. So hopefully you can see that there. Again, lighter and darker silver. Almost looks golden in places, but I think that's just the reflection that is given off there. It does actually, it is light silver shades pendant. I think, like I say, if I cover that up, yeah, you can see then it reflects my glove because it's got the purple. So you've got the two different colours. Let me see if I can hold this one next to him. Zoe, I hope you're happy. Look at them together. I love that. I hope you're happy with both of those, which does mean you get 2 oyster openings as well. If I bring you back up here, what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? I'm just looking at them together again. I do like them together. What do you think though? You've got 2 oyster openings. You've got a green one as well. Oh, the green though would go perfectly with the colour tones, which means hopefully you're happy with the pendant, because then obviously if you've got the different colours, you can pick which one goes with your outfit best. Yeah, love that. Mystery and donate your shells. Now, are you hoping for certain colours here? Now we can swap the pearl colours with this one. And also, are you thinking pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery? So, oh, don't knock the bag over there. Let me get these open for you. So 2 mystery oysters. There's 1 and 2. So let's go down. And in here, you have a lighter pop there. That opened up beautifully. So there is your mother of pearl. And I can see in there a slight peeper. You have a darker pearl there. And let me just have a squidge here for you. And there's no more in that one. Now this colour, look at him. He's like a dark green, but he's got blues in him as well. So let me start from the beginning. He's a dark gunmetal grey base, but then he's got this beautiful blue and green tone to him. He is lovely. Moving on to oyster number 2. You have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And you have another darker pearl there. And he looks like he's a darker chocolate. I'm just having a squidge in here for you. And there's no more in that one. Thank you very much, Fab. So again, let me just dry this up for you, Zoe, and I'll hold him up so you can have a closer look. So here is your darker chocolate. Alongside that darker, oh, do apologise, gunmetal grey with this green and blue. Now, like I say, Zoe, you can swap these if you would like to. And also, are you thinking pearls on or pearls off of the jewellery? I will hold the pearls up next to the pendants so you can see them. But then, yeah, just let me know what you would like to do. Yeah, which pearls you'd like where, if you'd like them on or not. So the chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And the darker gunmetal with the flashes of blue and green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. So if I hold them up next to the shades of silver, so this is the chocolate with the silver. And then this is the gunmetal with the silver. So swap the brown for a sunshine yellow. Of course you can. So this is the yellow with the silver. Oh, that's just a piece of sand there. Let's try grab that again. And then with the gold one, okay, so again, this is the darker gunmetal with the gold and the yellow with the gold. Okay, Zoe, what do you think? Are you thinking pearl on or pearl off? And are you happy with the colours? Both on lobster fittings, not a problem. Okay, so if I bring you back up here, and then let me just pop all of these away for you. So again, that will be invoiced across for you tomorrow, Zoe, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form, okay? Perfect, I've got that down for you. You also have your trick or treat. So if we dive in here for your trick or treat. No, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. So, oh, this way round, and your trick or treat, my lovely. And would you believe it? You have a treat. You have an extra oyster opening. There are so many extra oyster openings today. So if you're happy to do so, we'll do that for you now. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? I've been naughty and I've got a hot chocolate this time. But with a hot chocolate, I drink it a lot faster than I do a tea, because I tend to go colder. It's probably because it's got a bit more milk in it. I tend to go a lot colder a lot quicker than a tea does. Is that quite bad at 10 o'clock at night? Mystery and donate. Okay, would there be a certain colour you're hoping for this time, Zoe, my lovely? So your mystery oyster, let's get him open. And let's go down. So in here, oh, quite a nice louder pop with that one. And in here, you've got a pearl blister on the inside of that one's quite interesting. And in here I can see straight away a dark deep purple. Definitely see that purple shining through. I'm just having a squidge in here, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so if I dry him up for you as well. Zoe, what do you think to a dark purple? Now again, with this one, if you would like to, you can swap him. Of course, if you're happy with him, that's perfect. Now he's quite a nice larger size purple there. And if I run him through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. What do you think to that one, my lovely? Sometimes the oysters can smell, yeah. Obviously, like you'll know if it smells, because it's not great at all. However, if they look like a potential stinker, because sometimes you can tell if they are a stinker, they do go to the side. I actually have a bag of potential stinkers to open, but I open them outside because they can't do it on inside. It's too much. You'd like to swap for a Smurf blue. Now that's absolutely fine. However, there is a waiting list for the Smurf blues. So you would be popped on a waiting list. So if you don't mind the wait, I can do that for you. If you prefer not to wait, it may be you would have to pick a different colour. So can you just confirm for me, are you happy with the potential wait there? If so, I'll pop that down and then that's not a problem. You don't mind the wait. Okay, that's absolutely fine. So I've just made a little note that it's that pearl that we're swapping for the Smurf blue, but let me just write it on the order as well. Okay, perfect. I've got that down for you, Zoe. You will be emailed roughly once every. You'll be emailed to kept up to date with whereabouts you are in the waiting list, but hopefully it won't be too long a wait. Fingers crossed. I hope you're happy with everything there, then, Zoe, and thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells as well. And that's all safe up there for you, my lovely. Hello, welcome to everybody joining. Oh, lobster as well on the blue. Perfect. That will just all be included on the same invoice for you, okay? Like I say, it will get sent through tomorrow to the email address that's on the order form, Zoe. Perfect. So up next this evening is Zoe Roger. No, sorry, because I was just talking to Zoe. Dear me, it's that time of night. Sophie Rogers, ever so sorry, Sophie. Sophie Rogers, are you here? Okay, Wendy, Kia doesn't work Fridays, so that may be why. But if you've emailed both of us, one of us will get back to you, but you may end up getting two emails. So it may be, yeah, that's fine. One of us will get back to you, but yeah, she doesn't work Fridays. So, she hasn't, no emails have, actually I did some emails earlier. But no, yeah. She will get back to you very soon, Wendy. Sorry. Right, sorry, it's that time of night. I seem to be mixing up my words. So, Sophie, hello. So, hello. Shall we do, okay, we'll do your tantalising treat first. That's not a problem. So, Dracula, donate the shells, and you're a little nervous. I like that. So Dracula number 1 is in the centre here. So you can see Dracula's right in the middle. Casper doesn't have a bag there, so it's bag number 2, but you can see by the names it's number 3. If I hold him a little bit closer, you can definitely see that he is Dracula here. Let me get him open. So you'd like to donate your shells. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for? 1, 2 and 3. There's no more in that one there. Let's get him open. You too as well, Lou. Have a good weekend, my lovely. So I'm just getting these open for you, my lovely. 1, 2 and 3. So Dracula number 1. Sophie, let's go down. Donating your shells, and like I say, are there certain colours you're hoping for? Any colours. Okay, good luck, Sophie. So your first oyster is a either mystery or Halloween oyster. Now we have a softer pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can actually see a peeper, Sophie, straight away. And you have a blush pink with that one. I was going to say candy floss pink, but I think he's just slightly lighter than our candy floss pinks. So you have a blush pink with your first pearl there. Now let me dry him up for you, and I'll hold him up so you can have a closer look. The beautiful blush pink to start with. Yep, Shushu's on the job, guys, thank you. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in your second oyster, look at him. You have a 2-tonal sea green, and there's no more in that one. So again, let me just dry him up for you. And you can see he's lighter and darker sea green as you go around the pearl there. And then moving on to your last oyster from Mr. Dracula. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning with huge, absolutely huge, hot pink twins. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so you've got a blush pink, a 2-tonal sea green, and hot pink twins as well. Now the hot pinks are 2-tonal, so if I pop them on the board for you, you can see here that they're lighter and darker, almost like a beautiful mottled effect as you go around the pearl there. So if I pop them all on the board, you love the colours. I'm glad you're happy with them. So you've got the two hot pinks, the blush pink and the sea green. So if I run them through the board for you, your sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Your blush pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And then pink twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. And pink number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5 as well. I'm glad you're happy with those colours, Sophie. Let me pop these on here for you. Aaron has shushed, guys, so he is here. Sophie, I'm glad you're happy with those colours from your tantalising treat. And you also have 2 oyster openings as well. So with your 2 oyster openings, do you know what type of oysters you would like? And of course, if you'd like to keep or if you'd like to donate your shells. One of them was tighter in the 8.5 than the other, so it was very close to the 9, but I always give them like a little, not a hard push, but I'd always just give them a little tap, and it went through the 8.5, but you was close to the 9 then. Sophie admin, no, not tonight, she's not feeling very well today. So she did pop on earlier to say that she wasn't feeling very well, and I sort of told her to not be on because she's not feeling very well. But yeah, so she's not here tonight. So Aaron's sort of on shushing duties for us. Sophie Rogers, mystery and donate. Now with these ones, are there certain colours you're hoping for here? Because these are for your jewellery. So you have 1 and 2. Let me get them open for you. There's 1. Oh, and 2. So let's go down. Mystery oyster number 1. Oh, double pop with that one. And in here, there is your mother of pearl, and sticking with your pink theme, you've got a large, look at that, bright hot pink there. You're looking for royal blues or silvers for a night out. Oh, I love that sort of tone. Okay, so first colour is a bright hot pink, but because we can swap these pearls, we'll see what comes out of your next oyster, and then you can let me know at the end what you would like to do. So you've got this bright hot pink pearl there. And then moving on to your oyster number 2, which again is your mystery oyster. Again, double pop there. And there's your mother of pearl. And there's no more in that one. Okay, and you've got a pink again, Sophie. It's definitely a pink themed night for you today. So if I hold up your so the smallest pink is the one that's just come out there, and the first pink is the first one that came out. Now, you did say you were looking for blues or silvers, so if you would like to swap these, we can do that for you. I do have light and dark shades of blue and light and dark shades of silver, so just let me know what you'd like to swap to or what you'd like to see. Or of course, if you are happy with these, that's perfect as well. So it's going to be up to you, my lovely. Just let me know what you'd like to do. So the smaller pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the larger pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He is an 8.5 as well. So he's very similar to your other pinks, except from he's not two-tonal, that one. But what do you think? What would you like to do? Blues and the silvers. Do you know what sort of shades you're looking for? Like darker shades or lighter shades at all? So there's some TARDIS blues. Oh, so I'm just seeing if I can get the pairs. Oh, royal blue. Okay, yeah, that's the one I've got there. Or lighter silver. Perfect. I thought you said royal blue, but because I wasn't 100% sure, I didn't want to assume. So hang on, let me... Lighter silvers. Okay. Now these ones, we can either go like a mid silver or like a light silver. Now let me show you all of these, my lovely. No, Chrissy, we don't do cage earrings, my lovely. So you've got these blues. Okay, and then I'll show you both sets of silvers next to each other. Your dress is blue and you're going to put, oh yeah, so either or then, Sophie, will work. Now, as you can see, you've got the lightest silver and then you've just got slightly darker silver there, which is not the darkest what you do. I would say it's like a mid silver there, but it just... So if we go along, you've got the blue, lighter silver and darker silver. Are any of those what you're thinking of? So I'm trying to make it so you can sort of see all the colours. If I go a bit closer, then you can sort of see. Let's go back this way. Oh, runaway blue. The lightest silver, perfect. So they are yours, my lovely. Let me just bring you back up here, and I'm just going to write that down as well. If I pop these on here. Okay, Sophie, I hope you're happy with those, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. Oh, everyone's agreeing with you that the silvers are the way to go with that. Let's do your trick or treat as well. So if we dive in here, and your trick or treat, oh, this way round. So your trick or treat, you have a treat, my lovely. You have a 20% off code for the website. So if you would like to order again in the future, you'll have this 20% off code to use. Now, when I'm going to email it tomorrow to the email address that's on the order form. Now, you will be able to use it straight away as soon as it comes through, or it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it as well if you would like to. Sophie, I do hope you're happy with those. Thank you as well for the donations with your shells there. And that's safe up there for you. Oh, Pamela, yeah, I can add you back in for tonight. That's not a problem. And Sophie, you're very, very welcome. Okay. So up next then this evening is Claire Whitaker. Claire, are you here? Bronnie, yeah, I saw you already. I have added you back in. Hello, my lovely. Sorry, I don't think I verbally said it, but I did already add you back in. Oh, Claire, hello. Let me just double check to see if you've popped your name on here. If not, my lovely, I will need you to just confirm the second name, just because it's slightly different on your order form as it is to Facebook. So let me just have a look. No, okay, so that's fine. So if you could just let me know what the second part of your email address is. So just from the @ onwards, I do not need to know your whole email address, just like I say, from the @ onwards, just like I say, to confirm that it is you. I'm just topping up this board. Claire, that's perfect. Okay, so having a look here, you have a tantalising treat. So if I bring you across to the faces, I'll need to know which face you would like and which number you would like as well. So the numbers 1, 2 and 3, number 1's the top, number 2's the middle, number 3's the bottom. And the faces to pick from are Casper, sorry, just knocked one off. Casper, Nasher, Dracula, Toothy and Evil Knievel. What do you think? Which one would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Oh, okay, perfect. So if I bring you back here. So Evil Knievel, number 1. So Evil Knievel's this one right on the end here, if you can see that. So number 1 is the one at the top. Sorry, my mic wire just got caught then. So Evil Knievel, number 1. Let's get him open. You have one. Oh, bless you, Sophie. Well, thank you for joining us today. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Number 2. And number 3. You have got 3 oysters in that one there. Oh no, Claire. Okay, so fingers crossed, hoping for a lilac lavender kind of purple, which is that lighter, beautiful shade. We've had quite a few of those come out recently, so fingers crossed you get one. Okay, so if I bring you down and we're donating the shells, good luck, my lovely. So oyster number 1 from Evil Knievel. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you have a beautiful, larger, darker purple pearl there. And there's no more in that one. Oh, sorry, just knocked the kitchen towel over. So your first purple is like a darker Cadbury purple almost. It's got that sort of tone to him. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a coral. There's no more in that one. So here is your coral pearl. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is from Evel Knievel. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning with lighter rose gold twins. Oh, yeah. I was going to say autumn peach, but I definitely think that they are rose gold there. Oh, actually, they could possibly, let me have a closer look, because they're possibly a lighter. No, I definitely think they're rose gold. Sorry. Rose gold and autumn peach, you can sort of get, when they're darker rose gold like this and the lighter autumn peaches, they can be very similar. But the peaches do sort of have that more orange tone to them. So these are definitely rose gold with your coral and your purple as well. Claire, I hope you're happy with all of those here. So purple, coral and twinning rose golds. If I pop them through the board, rose gold number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Rose gold number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your dark purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. They're lovely. Can you have them on hoop fittings? Of course you can. Let me bring you back up here and I'll write that down. So your invoice for the hoop fittings will get sent through tomorrow, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, let me pop that on there. Oh, just let me get some more staples. There we go. Okay, so you get a trick or treat as well, Claire. So if I dive in here, and you have a trick or treat is a treat. You have a 15% off code, my lovely. So you'll get an email from us tomorrow with a 15% off code. And again, that will get sent to the email address that's on the order form. And you'll be able to use that code straight away on the website, or you can hold on to it because it doesn't have an expiry date as well. Claire, I hope you're happy with everything there. Thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells. And that's safe up there for you. No, Claire, you're very, very welcome. Okay. Perfect. And up next this evening is Emma Favel. Emma, are you here? Yeah, they're all topped up. Emma Favel, are you here? Emma, hello. Oh, your loyalty cards. Oh, of course you can. Oh, I remember you asking now. Hang on, let me have a look. You did, you sent them today. Let me have a little look. That's perfect, of course you can. So you've got 2 openings as well. So we'll do your tantalising treat first, and then we'll do those. Okay, perfect. So, what did we say? Dracula number 1, donate the shells. So Dracula is this centre one here. Number 1 is this one. So if I grab him, here is Dracula. And if we dive in here for you, you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters in that one. And there's no more in there. So Emma, are there certain colours that you're hoping for with this one? 1, 2. That's a huge oyster. And 3. Let's go down and I'll show you the size of that one. So let's go down. So this is, I'd say, an average size oyster, this one here. And then look at this one. Like, hang on, let me do it so they're very... can you see the size difference? Let's open the monster first. No, it's not a monster oyster, but the first oyster. So in here, yeah, if you'd like to order, we can add you on for today. That's not a problem. Oh, so there's one side. Oh, and the other side. And in here, oh, okay, so you are quadding. You are quadding with your first huge oyster there. Now, if I pop these all on the board, dry them off and pop them on the board, and very similar colours to actually what we saw earlier from one of our quadding oysters. There's quite a few from the tantalising treats tonight. You have a chocolate, a sea green, a apple green and a icy blue. So dark chocolate, sea green, apple green and icy blue to start off your pearls there, Emma. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in your second oyster, you are twinning. And twinning with very, I'm going to say they're very pastel yellow. There's no more in that one. Very subtle shade of yellow there, but they are beautiful twins. Visually, I think one is slightly, yeah, I think this one here is slightly larger, possibly slightly lighter than his twin there. We will measure them at the end, but beautiful pastel yellows there. Quite a nice size as well. They're quite larger twins. And then moving on to the last of your oysters from the Dracula bag. There's one side and the other side. And in here, oh, and you are twinning for a second time. So a quadding oyster and 2 sets of twins, and you are twinning with lighter rose gold twins. So again, let me dry these up for you. And if I hold these up for you as well. So very subtle, lighter rose gold. So all together from your Dracula bag, twinning rose golds, icy blue, apple green, sea green, which is actually possibly, oh, he is two-tonal. I apologise, I didn't see that before. So sea green is two-tonal with silver there. You've got that dark chocolate and twinning pastel yellows as well. Emma, I hope you're happy with all of those. If I run them through the board for you, your rose gold number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Rose gold number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5, so they're the same size there. The two-tonal sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. The darker chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. The apple green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Twin yellow number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, whoa, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. And yellow number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5 as well. I hope you're happy with all of those. Oh, can you have the blue, both the greens, the chocolate and the rose golds on hoops? You can indeed. That leaves the pastel yellow twins loose and the yellows. Okay, so all of the pearls just out there on hoop fittings, just confirm that for me. And if I've misunderstood, do let me know. Yep, okay, that's perfect. That's not a problem. You also have an additional 2 oysters. So what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells? Sorry, just drinking the coffee. It's not coffee, the hot chocolate before it gets too cold. What do you think? You've got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and donate. Perfect. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for with these ones? 1 and 2. What happened to Harry Potter mug? I asked Aaron for another drink. And that one had, yeah, he brought me a different mug basically. It had a different drink in it, as in the first one was tea and that one was a hot chocolate. But yeah, he brought me a different mug. And if I asked, for example, another drink now, I'd probably have a tea, maybe. He'd bring probably the Harry Potter one back. Do it that way. So let's go down. Your Mystery Oyster Emma number 1. Oh, double pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can actually see a little bit of a peeper in there. Let me squidge him out. You have a watermelon. You would like some dark blues. Okay, so there's no more in that one. So your first pearl out is a watermelon here. And then moving on to oyster number 2, again is your mystery oyster. And you have a softer pop there. There's your mother of pearl. And in here, let's have a squidge. Oh, and you have a runaway darker pearl. And there's no more in that one. So let's just bring that pearl back. And confirm what colour he is for you as well. Now he looks like he's a dark purple. Now, you did just say, Emma, that you're hoping for some blues. So if you're not happy with these colours, we can swap them for you. So you've got your watermelon and that it's like a gunmetal purple actually. It's very dark, deep purple. Of course, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. But if you would like to swap, we can do so. Your watermelon is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And that purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. What do you think to those? Not a problem, Heather. I will print it off and add you on. Swap for dark blues, of course you can. And I'm going to show you, I don't know, I was going to show you a midnight blue, but I don't have the pots empty. So if I get the darker blues from in here, that's quite a nice dark blue. And that one's quite a nice dark blue as well. Let me hold these up so you can have a closer look. So these are dark TARDIS blue kind of tones. Would you be happy with these? Are you happy with those there, my lovely? Let me bring you back up. And if I pop these in here for you. Perfect, on hoops as well. Okay, I've got that down for you. The invoice will get sent through tomorrow and that will go to the email address that's on the order form, Emma. Let me do your trick or treat. And in here, that way round to start with. Oh, you have a treat. You have a 20% off code for the website. So that will also be sent tomorrow for you to the email address that's on the order form. And again, you can use it straight away or you can hold on to it because it doesn't have an expiry date. Emma, I hope you're happy with everything there. And thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells. Oh, I'm just going to turn my fan back on again. It's getting slightly warm. Okay. No, Emma, you're very, very welcome. So up next this evening is Jessica Barg. Jessica, I hope that's okay. If I've mispronounced your name there, I do apologise. Jessica, are you here? Jessica, hello. So am I right in, so you've ordered 2 of the earrings and I'm just on the website now. So would you prefer to have a refund for 1 pair of the earrings, or what would you like to do? Oh, sorry, my lovely. So swap one set of earrings for a treat bag. Okay, so and that's £20 for the treat bag, which means you get a £14 refund. Now I'm actually going to refund that now for you. So you'll get an email in a moment to confirm that the refund's been sent to you. Okay. Let me just process that through. So like I say, the tantalising treats are £20. So I'm refunding that for you now. Okay, so you'll get an email for that in just a moment, and obviously the funds should be back to you as well. So that's done there. The order automatically shows as a problem, and that's just because there's been a refund. Obviously there's not a problem with the order, and it will be changed back to open, but it just takes just a moment for it to be changed. Okay, so let me come back to you. Oh, you wanted two. Oh, I didn't get. Okay, so I've refunded you one. Oh, you've got a treat bag here, so you have got two. Oh. Oh, Jessica, I'm so sorry. Right, so you would like Nasher number 2 and 3. Nasher is here, and 2 and 3 is this one here and here. So Nasher number 2 and Nasher number 3. So that's number 2 and number 3. So we'll open up number 2 first. Jessica, my lovely, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So Nasher number 2, 1, 2 and 3. Yeah, we top up the bags as we go. Let me get these open for you. So like I say, are there certain colours you're hoping for and you'd like to donate your shells? So this is Nasher number 2. 1, 2 and 3. Oh, don't fall over. Let's go down. So we'll start with this oyster here, which is either a mystery or a Halloween. We know that just because of the different type of shell. So you have a light pop there. Oh, Miriam, bless you. Thank you for the stars. And in your first oyster, Jessica, a little bit of a pearl blister there. However, I can see straight away you are twinning. And you're twinning with Candy Floss Pink Twins to start with. There's no more in that one. Now visually, straight away, I can see that these twins do look like they're slightly different sizes here. If I dry them up for you and hold them up so you can see. So you can see you've got one larger, which is this one here, and then one visually slightly smaller twin there. So pink twins to start with. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, I can see on this side of the shell, we have a dark grape purple. And there's no more in that one. So you have a dark grape purple. And if I dry them up and hold them up so you can see. Now again, this one's two-tonal with a mottled silver effect. So grape purple and mottled silver. And then just moving on to your last oyster from bag number 2. So in here, There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a huge, oh wow, there's no more in that one, an absolutely huge, larger, darker pearl there. Oh, actually we've got the... And again, a large, deep chocolate pearl. So if I pop these all on here, from your first bag, number 2, you've got a two-tonal silvery grape purple, twinning candy floss pinks. One is visually larger than the other, and then a huge darker chocolate pearl as well. What do you think to those, Jessica? I hope you're happy with them. I'm going to measure these ones and then we'll do your bag number 3. Okay, so your two-tonal purple silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The visually smaller pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The visually larger pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Okay, so they're measuring the same size there. And then that large chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He is an 8.5, almost the 9 club there, but he is an 8.5. So if I bring you back up, this was bag number 3. You have 1, you have 2, you have 3, and 4. You have 4 oysters in that bag. There you go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me get these open for you as well. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so let's go down. And in here, oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. Oh, your first oyster has given, oh wow, a beautiful two-tonal chocolate bronze. So if I hold him up so you can see. So look at his two-tonalness. Oh, I hope you can see. Can you see he gets darker and then lighter? Beautiful, almost like a golden bronze he goes into there. Julie, I'll be doing Christmas dates over the weekend, so keep an eye on the page, and I'll do the, like I say, I'll do the Christmas dates for the last time you can order and have the opening for. Okay, so there's one side and the other side, and in here, in this oyster here, you are twinning, and they actually look like you're twinning with 2 different shades there. Let me pop them out and just have a quick squidge. There's no more in that one, and then let's have a look here. Okay, so this one here is a dark purple. This one here is a purple based oil slick. So I'm hoping you're going to be able to see. He's got purples, blues, greens and silvers in him. So purple based oil slick and a purple there. Then moving on to your next oyster, Jessica. There's one side and the other side, and in here you have a deep black cherry. There's no more in that one. So here is your deep black cherry. And then moving on to your last oyster from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and you have a lighter. There's no more in that one. Lighter colour here. Okay, so let me see what colour he is. He is a two-tonal blue and purple. Can you see that? He's purple there and he's blue there. He is beautiful two-tonal blue and purple. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so let's see if I can pop these all on here. So this is your second bag. This is bag number 3. You've got a black cherry, two-tonal blue and purple, oil slick or purple-based oil slick, and then a dark purple, and then a two-tonal chocolate bronze as well. The colours out of those oysters are beautiful, but Jess, I hope you're happy with them. If I run these ones through the board as well, your black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The two-tonal blue and purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. The chocolate bronze is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. The dark purple twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. And the purple-based oil slick is not a 5, whoa, run away, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Oh! I'm glad you're happy with all of those, my lovely. Right, so you also have, we'll do your oyster openings next if that's okay. So you have 3 openings altogether. What 3 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? They got rid of two-tonal pearls. But why? I suppose each to their own. I love the two-tonal pearls. They just make it even more unique. I am going to ask Aaron for a tea actually, I think. Mystery and donate, Jess. Okay, now are there certain colours that you're hoping for with these ones? Because these are for the jewellery now, aren't they? So, mystery oysters. You have number 1, number 2, and number 3. Donating the shells, and like I say, are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Okay, so let's go down. So mystery oyster number 1. Oh, light pop there. Hoping for a blue for the necklace. Okay, so there is your mother of pearl. And in your first oyster, you have a blue. Let me pop him out. You have a darker Pepsi blue from your first oyster. There's no more in that one. So if I hold him up so you can have a close look. Again, he's slightly two-tonal here. Slightly two-tonal Pepsi blue. Moving on to mystery oyster number 2. you have a softer pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And again, I can see a peeper to the edge here. You have a light gold pearl there. Good night, Lorraine. Thank you for joining us today. And again, there's no more in that one, Jessica. So you've got a two-tonal Pepsi blue and a light gold. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is your mystery oyster. Oh, light double pop with that one. And a slight runaway, he popped out there as I opened him up. Now you do have a little bit of a pearl blister on the inside of the shell there, and a darker pearl has popped out there. Let me have a squidge in here for you. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so let me dry these up for you. Now these pearls are for your jewellery, so if you're not happy with these colours, we can swap them for you, so do keep that in mind. And then I'll just need to know which colours you would like where. So you've got that two-tonal Pepsi blue, that lighter gold, and then you've got that dark gunmetal grey, almost black, but here's that darker gunmetal grey. Of course you can. Now that blue is two-tonal there. And I actually don't think I've got Pepsi blues in, but because he's two-tonal Pepsi blue, I might be able to match. Let me have a quick look, because if you want a true Pepsi blue, there is going to be a weight on the Pepsi blues. However, oh, it's just slightly different colour there. I might be able, so if you have a look here, these are just slightly darker than that blue. Would you be happy with that, or would you prefer to have slightly lighter to match that one more? It's just because this one's two-tonal, so the darker parts of it would match these blues, but it does have the lighter areas as well. So it's up to you what you think, my lovely. With your other loose pearls, you'd like them on lobster fittings? Of course you can. I'll pop that down for you. Those are great. Perfect. Let me run them through the board for you. Blue number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Blue number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And then the blue for the pendant is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Let me write this down. So we're going to have blue on there. We're going to have blue on there. The others on lobster fittings. That invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. You also have a sparkle dip, Jessica. Sorry, I'm just writing this down so we don't get it wrong at all. Sorry, bear with me just a second. If I pop your pearls in here as well. Okay, no, you're very, very welcome. So your sparkle dip, let's grab the sparkle dip bag and then let's give them a mix. So I mix them first for you, and then we'll dive in and grab one out. Or no, not grab one out, sorry, grab a pinch out, if you can see that pinch, and then We just give it a wiggle to narrow it down to the one bag. Oh, they're going everywhere this time. So then you'll be able to stick or twist. Okay, so we have this one here. Let me pop this on here. So like I say, with this one you can stick or twist. So if you're happy, you can stick, or if you prefer to risk it, you can twist it. Now you can only twist once. And this is a slightly smaller version of what we saw earlier actually. This is a golden shadow raindrop pendant. Now it's got a slightly more elegant, slightly smaller pearl there. What do you think to this one? Now like I say, if you're happy with this one you can stick. If you're not happy you can twist. Golden shadow raindrop. Thank you, Bab. Twist with that one. Mini sparkle dippers from the rainbow bag. So twisting with that one, let me bring you back up here. And if we dive in again for you, just going to give them a mix again. Now that one does stay out of the bag and it will get added back in again afterwards, okay? So again, quite a nice sized pinch there, and good. Oh, good luck, my lovely. Is that one? Okay. Ooh, okay. So, what was that? You have this one here. Now you have a crystal spike pendant. Now this is the largest size spike that we do. Let's go down. So this is a clear crystal spike with the holographic crackle. So as you can see here, you can see that holographic crackle coming through the crystal, and it sort of catches the light. If I turn it around here, you can see on the back that holographic design more clearly. Now you can wear it this way round if you wanted to, if you wanted that crackle to be more prominent. However, it can be then shown, like I say, through the crystal there, so then it just flashes as it catches the light. Jess, you like that one? Perfect. Now you actually have an oyster opening with that as well. So what type of oyster would you like? Would you like to keep, or would you like to donate these shells? And is there a certain colour you're hoping for? Mystery and donate. And are you thinking pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery for this one? So your mystery oyster, let's get him open and let's go down. So in here, you have a softer pop there. Looking for pearl on the jewellery. Okay, Jess. So is there a certain colour you're hoping for? There's your mother of pearl, slight pearl blister down the bottom. And in here, I can see a light lilac purple. Let me pop him off here. And there's no more in that one. So you have a light lilac purple. Now I personally think this will go beautifully with that holographic design. However, with this one, if you're not happy with the colour, we can swap him for you. So it is going to be up to you again on what you would like to do. So here he is on the board. He's not a 5, not, oh, sorry. Not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. And if I hold him up next to that jewellery, would you be happy with that one on the jewellery? Or like I say, if you prefer to swap the pearl, we can do so. I'm just going to bring you back up. I think, yeah, everyone's agreeing with me. I do think it's a perfect match there. But like I say, it's completely your choice. Jess, perfect, perfect. Okay, so let me pop that on there for you. And then on here as well, I'm just going to jot that down as well. That was going to have the purple on there. Okay, so I hope you're happy with that. Perfect. You also get a no, you've had your tantalising treat, sorry. It's that time of night, oh my gosh. I get this thing that when I get tired, my brain knows the sentence I want to say, but it mixes all the words up and then just it comes out, so I do apologise. You get a trick or treat as well. So if I dive in here for your trick or treat, and in here with your trick or treat, my lovely, you have a trick. That does mean that there's nothing on the back of that card there, but Jessica, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, and that's safe up there for you. Thank you very, very, very much for the donations with your shells. No, Jess, you're very, very welcome. Right, up next this evening is Amy Mizell. Amy, are you here? Amy Mizell, are you here? Oh, my post-its do this. Like Kia brought it to my attention that a lot of post-its all come from the same side, but my post-its do go opposite sides. Is that strange? I never thought it was strange until Kia said so. Oh wow, bless you. Vicky, thank you, my lovely. And Amy, you're here. Hello, hello, hello. Nasha number 2. Now, I actually need to top up these bags because Nasha number 2 is actually out, but also so are the others. So I'm going to top them up. And Amy, if you could just confirm if you're still happy with Nasha number 2 for me. Because Nasha, which one's Nasha? Nasha 2 and 3 are out, so let me just, the bags are already ready packed, so I literally just grabbed them and popped them on, so I don't have a clue what's in them or anything like that, but just because I have just topped it up, just confirm, are you still happy with Nasha number 2? My favourite colour pearl is the light olive greens, then the dark olive greens, then the forest greens, and then the autumn peaches. Yes, please. Okay, so Nasha number 2, can you see this? Is this one there? This one here even. As you can see him there. So, is there certain colours you're hoping for? And we're donating the shells. So in here you have 1, you have 2, you have 3, and you also have 4. You've got 4 pearls in your tantalising treat there. Can you see that there? Wow, 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 wow. That's the second 4 we've had today. Let me get them open for you. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so let's go down, Amy. Oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And from your first oyster, you have a dark purple to start with, and there's no more in that one. Any colours? Okay, so we'll see what comes out, Amy. So dark purple to start with, if I hold him up for you. Oh, let me just clean him off a little bit more. Almost like a darker grape purple there. Then moving on to your next oyster. And in here, there's one side and the other side. And in here, I can see that you're twinning. And you're twinning with lighter lilac purple twins there. So 2 oysters, 3 pearls, 2 different shades of purple. So these are 2 lighter lilac purples, Amy. Again, I'm just drying them off, and let me hold them up so you can have a closer look. Visually, it does look like that this one is visually larger than his twin, but of course we will measure them at the end for you so we can have a look there. Then moving on to your next oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you're sticking with your purple theme, Amy. There's no more in that one. Now that's slightly darker than your lilac purples. I'm going to say this is more about one of our like violet purples. So 3 different shades of purple altogether. And then moving on to your last oyster, is it going to stick with the purple theme? There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning, and you're twinning with black cherry twins there. There's no more in that one. So if I dry these up for you, and you're twinning with black cherry twins. Now I'm just going to pop them on the board. So we'll do black cherry. We're going to do it in the colour order, going down. Oh, sorry, that purple just had a bit of sand on him. Okay, so you've got black cherry twins, one which is slightly darker than his twin. So the darkest is on the end here, and then you've got that black cherry there. Then you've got that grape purple. Then you've got that violet purple. And then you've got your lilac twinning purples as well. Amy, I hope you're happy with all of those, my lovely. So twinning black cherries, one darker than the other, grape purple, violet purple, and twinning lilac purples. If I run them through the board for you, the darkest black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. His twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. Oh no, sorry, not a 6.5, he is a 7 as well. The grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The violet purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The visually smaller purple twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5, and his twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. So they are measuring at different sizes there with your twins, my lovely. Amy, I hope you're happy with all of those. Just popped them safely in here for you. And then on there. And then you have a I keep calling them tantalising treats. You have a trick or treat as well. So if I dive in here. And in here, your trick or treat. And you have a treat. You have a 10% off code for the website, which means tomorrow you're going to get sent 10% off code to the email address that's on the order form, and that will be able to be used straight away, or you can hold on to it because it won't have an expiry date on it. Can you have the light ones on stud earrings and the rest on hoop fittings? Of course you can. Let me write that down for you. On hoop fittings. Okay, so that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow as well, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form, Amy. Perfect. So thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells, and I do hope that you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And I've just popped that safely up there for you. Oh, something's in my eye. I don't know where that's come from, but it feels like I've just got like a piece of sand or something in my eye. Oh no, hang on. I do apologise. Bear with me. Amy, you're very, very welcome. I'm ever so sorry. Okay, I think I got it. I think it's out. Okay, sorry about that. Right, up next this evening is Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, are you here? I think we've just got to the end of the order list, so if I just print this off here, then I'll do an updated order list so you can all hear about whereabouts you are. So Pamela, if you're here, just bear with me just a second. I'll just print this off like I say, and then I can do an updated order list so you can hear. Okay. Yes, Aria, it's on YouTube, my lovely. So if you go to our YouTube channel, and then it's on there, it's all labelled very clearly on there as well. So it'll have the date, it will say part 1 and part 2. Okay. It wouldn't, I tried to upload it to Facebook as well, but Facebook for some reason doesn't like me uploading videos that I already tried to, it thinks it's a, I don't know, it just doesn't let me do it. But yes, it is on YouTube. So yeah, just type in Pearls of Brecon, and then like I say, just go to the date and it will say part 1 or part 2, and it'll have, so on all our live videos on Facebook, all of them go onto YouTube the day after. So you can always find them there as well. And then the links for the YouTubes do then get popped on the website, but those ones won't be on the website yet. So do find it through YouTube. I hope that helps. Okay, so let me just quickly do an updated order list. So we've got Pamela Rousewell, you're here, I can see you, so hello my lovely. Then we've got Bronnie Van Leer, Nicola Armstrong and Heather Martin. So Pamela, you've got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? I'm just going to top this up as well, my lovely. I hope you don't mind. It's just the one bag to be topped up. There we go. So, one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Thank you, Tina. Oh, he does make a good tea. Expand the rainbow and donate the shells. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for, Pamela, my lovely? So this is your expand the rainbow oyster. You get him open and let's go down. So in here, there's one side and the other side. Oh, and in here you have, it doesn't want to stay open, you have a blush pink. Let me pop that pearl out. There we go. Now I can have a squidge in here. There's no more in that one there. You have a blush pink. Now if I dry him up for you, Pamela, and I'll hold him up so you can have a closer look. What do you think to the pink? Now, if you're happy with this one on the jewellery, that's perfect. However, if you're not happy and you prefer to swap, we can do that for as well. So just let me know what you think and what you would like to do. Okay, so if I run this blush pink through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. What do you think to the pink, my lovely? I'm just going to pop that there for a second. Okay, sorry, I can hold it back up again so you can see I just needed to move that there. It was in the swap pot earlier. Oh yeah, there is a large pink there. Let me double check that this one's an 8.5. So that's the hot pink. Hang on, let me put it here because it will focus more. There you go. So that's the hot pink, and he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He is an 8.5. So if you can confirm, are you happy with that one there? Let me just bring you back up. But then, like I say, that is a hot pink 8.5. Just confirm if you're happy with that one. I just popped him on there just before you could confirm. But if you're not happy, I can always take him off. It's not a problem. So when I go into, my hands go into like auto mode and just pop the pearls on the orders so they're nice and safe. Just my brain's like waiting just to confirm in case someone is not happy, because we're quite happy to swap it if not. Madam Mim's moving. She wasn't as tilted earlier. She's giving me the eye. this time of night, it's not what I want to see. I just don't like looking at it this time at night. Yes, you can. 18-inch navy cord. Yep, that's not a problem. Pearl is perfect. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so if we do your trick or treat as well, Pamela. So in here, your trick or treat, my lovely. And you do have a trick, which does mean that there's nothing on the back of that one. But I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you very much for your donations of the shells as well. And I've just popped that up there for you. Okay, perfect. Up next this evening is Bronnie Van Leer. Bronnie, are you here? Bronnie, and you Pamela, I'm glad you're happy. And Bronnie, you have a tantalising treat and you would like Toothy, oh, I hit the thing. Toothy number 2. So Toothy is the second row in here. Number 2 is this one here, so in the middle. So Toothy number 2. Bronnie, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And is there certain colours you're hoping for? Bronnie, 1, 2, 3 and 4. You also have 4 oysters. There's no more in that one. There you go. So that's 3 with the 4 oysters today. Whoop, whoop. Let me just get these all open and then you can let me know, Bronnie, what you think, what you would like to do. If you'd like to keep or if you'd like to donate your shells and if there's certain colours you're hoping for. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Donate the shells. Perfect, thank you. So let's go down and in here one and the other side. And in your first oyster, you have a 2-tonal apple green. So there's no more in that one. And if I dry him up for you, now he's got this beautiful 2-tonal marking. So you can see already, there's the darker patch. Now overall, he's that beautiful lighter tone. He does have that darker sort of flash to him there. So 2-tonal apple green from your first oyster. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And you're twinning with coral twins there. And there's no more in that one. Now your coral twins, visually, I think they're very, very close in colour. However, there is one that is slightly darker. You can see this one here is slightly darker than his twin. Moving on to your third oyster. Oh, there's one side and the other side. And in here, straight away, we can see that you are twinning for a second time. And twinning with brighter icy blue twins there. And again, quite nice size twins with these ones. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are ending with twinning bright pink pearls, and there's no more in that one. So again, let me just dry these up for you. And I'm just going to pop them all on the board so you can see. So twinning bright pinks, twinning corals, one of which is slightly brighter than the other, a two-tonal apple green and icy blues. So hot pinks, corals, two-tonal apple green and icy blues. A lovely light, bright selection of colours there, Bronnie. What do you think to all of these? I hope you're happy with them. So I'll go through again. Can you have them all on jump rings? You can indeed. Pinks, corals, apple green and blues. Now if I run them through the board for you. Pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Your green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your coral's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Coral number 2, I apologise, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Pink number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And blue number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Jump rings, let me write that down for you. Okay, so that invoice, Bronnie, will get sent through tomorrow for you. It will go to the email address that's on the order form, okay. I'm just popping these in here. Yep, that's not a problem. I think we was just waiting on the colour swap, but the colour swap was then sorted, wasn't it? So I think it will be included in the next postal run actually, but that's off the top of my head. But if that sounds correct, then that's right. But yeah, that's not a problem. Let's do your trick or treat. So, and in here, your trick or treat, my lovely, is you have a treat and you have a 10% off code. So you'll also get an email from me tomorrow for a 10% off code for the website. And again, you'll be able to use that straight away, or you can hold on to it and use it in the future. Bronnie, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you very much for the donations with your shells as well. No, you're very, very welcome. Very welcome, my lovely. Okay, so I've just topped the board back up again. Up next is Nicola Armstrong. Nicola, I've just seen you. You're here, I believe. Nicola Armstrong, just confirm though, are you here? Sorry, tea. Nicola, hello, you're here. And can you have Casper number 2? You guys know all the faces and numbers. You don't even need my screen. So, Casper number 2 is the Caspers on this side here, the very end one. Number 2 is the middle bag. So let me show you. This is Casper number 2. Nicola, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? You have 1, you have 2, and you have 3 oysters in that one. Like I say, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? My mug is from Woburn Safari Park. Yeah, that one's from Woburn. Like when we go places, I collect mugs as well. I'm terrible. I'm a mug collector. But yeah, Woburn Safari Park. So let's go down. So, donate the shells. Perfect. Nicola, oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you have a beautiful icy blue. And there's no more in that one. So your first oyster is a beautiful icy blue. Moving on, excuse me, moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And you're twinning with lighter autumn peach twins. And there's no more in that one. So if I hold this up for you as well, here are your lighter autumn peach twins. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, I can see straight away, sorry, the shell has slightly fallen apart. Let me just move that out of the way. Straight away that you are twinning for a second time, and you're twinning with rose gold twins. And there's no more in that one. So you've twinning with autumn peach twins and rose gold twins. So let me pop them all on the board for you so you can have a closer look. I hope you're happy with these. So we have, I'll do the rose gold on the end. And then the autumn peach, and then that blue. So we've got rose gold here. Then we've got autumn peach. So hopefully you can see the difference there. And then you've got the icy blue as well. Nicola, I hope you're happy with these. I don't think you can, the difference of these two, I don't think is showing brilliantly, but the autumn peach has that more peach tone to them, and the rose gold doesn't, if that makes sense. Let me run them through the board for you. You've got you've got rose gold number 1, it's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Rose gold number 2, it's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well, so the same size there. Autumn peach is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And autumn peach number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they're the same size, but slightly larger from the first set of twins. And then your icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. So I'm glad you're happy with those. And pop those in there. And then you get a trick or treat as well, Nicola. So if I dive in here for you, and if I get out your trick or treat, so good luck, my lovely. And you have a treat. you have a 15% off code for the website. So tomorrow you'll get an email from us with a 15% off code that you'll be able to use on the website. You'll be able to use it straight away, or it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it as well if you would like to. I do hope you'll be happy with everything, my lovely, and thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells. The blue and the rose golds, of course I can. Let me write that down for you. So that invoice will get sent through tomorrow, and again it will go to the email address that's on the order form. Perfect, I've got that down for you, not a problem at all. And again, that's safe up there as well. Melinda, yes, we are still live. No, Nicola, you're very, very welcome. Up next this evening is Heather Martin. Heather, are you here? Donated shells. My mum works in a nursery and the shells get cleaned and sanitised and they go to her. So this is just an example of what they do with the shells. This is learning and play, and obviously you can see lots of sea life animals and stuff there in that tray. That's an outside area playtime. They can use them in different activities, crafting, learning about the world. So yeah, they do go to a good second usage, if that makes sense. Ooh. Heather, hello. You have 2 tantalising treats. Can you have Evil Knievel number 3 for Kathleen Martin, your mum? Yes, you can. And Toothy number 3 for yourself. So, Evil Knievel number 3. Is this one right in the corner here? So that's Evil Knievel number 3, and Toothy number 3 is the second row all the way to the bottom. So that's this one here. So I'll show you. We'll open up Evil Knievel number 1 first, and then you've got Toothy we'll open up second. So Kathleen, Evil Knievel number 1. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate the shells? And are there certain colours you're hoping for? So you've got 1, 2 and 3 oysters in there, and there's no more in that one. So let me get these open for you. So there's 1, 2 and 3. And let's go down. So oyster number 1 from Evil Knievel for Kathleen is keep the shells, okay. So we're going to be cleaning the shells as we go, okay. Okay, so there's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are quadding. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's no more in that one. You are quadding, my lovely, which means you've got the 4 pearls and the 1 oyster. So if you just bear with me a second, I'm going to be cleaning the shells as you go because you'd like to keep them. And then if I dry these up so you can have a closer look. I'm fine, thank you, Jess. I hope you're okay as well. Okay, so, oh, I'm just going to bring them down here to clean them off. Okay. Okay, you have a candy floss pink and a pinkle, a light lavender and a dark purple. So candy floss pink and a pinkle, light lavender and a dark purple to start with there. Let me just pop these in the sand. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here I can see a pearl straight away there. You have a lemon yellow and there's no more in that one. So again, if I just clean the shells up here for you. So you have a lemon yellow, if I hold him up so you can see. And then moving on to the last oyster from Evel Knievel. Hello, Stephanie, welcome. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you have a beautiful bright icy blue, and again there's no more in that one. So I'm just going to clean the shells up again. Kathleen, what do you think to these, my lovely? So you've got a quadding oyster with candy floss pink, pinkle, lilac purple, dark purple. You've got a lemon yellow and you've got a icy blue. Oh, so I'm just trying to get them. Why doesn't that blue want to stay on that one? Okay, so lemon yellow, icy blue, pink, pinkle, lilac purple, sorry, and dark purple. I hope you're happy with all of those, my lovely. And if I run them through the board for you, the lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Dark purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your pinkle's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Candy floss pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your lilac purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your icy blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he is a 7.5. Kathleen, I'm glad you're happy with those, my lovely. If I just pop these in here for you. And I'm going to wrap up your shells as well. Perfect. Okay, so that's safe on there. And Heather, you have toothy, it was toothy number 3. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Kathleen, you are very, very welcome. So toothy number 3, you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters in there, so there's no more in that one. So you also have 3 oysters. Let me get these open. 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so let's go back down again. Keep the shells as well with this one, that's absolutely fine. Let me just grab some of this for you. Okay. So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And oh, in here you have a darker pearl there. I think he's got some green to him though. There's no more in that one. I'm just going to again take the flesh off here and then we'll have a closer look. Thank you, Bronnie. However, we actually use a different software, so we can actually be live for up to 8 hours now before it wants to cut us off. So yeah, it used to be 4 hours, but now we've got it to 8 hours. Okay, so Heather, this is a darker gunmetal grey, but it's got a beautiful green and silver overtone to him. Possibly chocolate as well, actually. Hopefully you can see that. He's lovely with the flashes of green coming through. Moving on to your next oyster. It's alright, Bronnie, yeah, I quite enjoy. However, my microphone battery runs out around 4 hours, so we do have to then change the mic over. So that's great. And the other side. And in your second oyster, you are quadding 1, 2, 3, and 4. And very mermaid-esque colours coming out of that oyster there. There's no more in that one. So again, let me just clean the flesh up off of here for you. Okay, so let me dry these up. Okay, so you have a icy blue, a apple green, a dark silver, ooh, and a two-tonal silver and sea green. So there's the two-tonal silver and sea green. Then you've got a dark silver, an apple green, and a icy blue. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a coral. And there's no more in that one. So let me just take the flesh off here for you. And again, if I dry up the coral. So we're going to pop them all on the board so you can have a closer look, Heather. And I hope you're happy with these as well. So if we do your coral and then that three-tonal green, silver and chocolate. And then you've got your silver, your two-tonal sea green and silver. Oh, I knocked it. Okay, so that's your three-tonal one. I'm going to knock it again, I can just tell. Okay, so don't knock it. So you've got the coral, three-tonal chocolate, silver and green. Silver, two-tonal sea green and silver, icy blue and apple green. I hope you're happy. You love them. Perfect. If I run them through the board as well, Are you good if I just do it this way? I'm going to try something new. Let me know if it's okay. Your apple green's not a 6.5, he's a 7. Icy blue's not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Two-tonal sea green and silver's not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your dark silver's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The three-tonal chocolate silver and green is not a 4.5, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And your coral's not a 4, not a 4.5, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. It is, Lindsay. It's got those sort of... it's lovely. Heather, perfect. I'm glad you're happy with that as well. I'm just going to wrap these shells up. And pop your name on here as well. Okay. So you get a trick or treat as well. So good luck, my lovely. And in here, your trick or treat. Heather, you have a treat. You have an extra oyster opening, which means if you're happy to do so, we'll do that now for you. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? Yes, of course, Heather, they will be sent all together. It's on the same order form as well, so it's definitely be sent together. It's not a problem at all. But what type of oyster would you like? Keep again, and one of the circle ones. One of the circle ones. Bet you pop. Ah, mystery. Let me hold it up just so you can see. One of these ones. So it's a different type shell. That one. So mystery is a mix of all of the colours together. Thank you, Stephanie. Is that the correct one? I don't want to open it in case you prefer a different one. Yes, it is. Okay, so we're keeping the shells again. Is there a certain colour you're hoping for with this one? Now with this one, you can swap the pearl though. So, light pop there. Oh, these are opened up beautifully. And I can see straight away, there's your mother of pearl. You have a watermelon. Yeah, no, not a problem. It is, we do have lots of names going on, so yeah, I don't expect everyone to remember, so it's not a problem at all. Oh, again, the flesh came away beautifully with that one. So we have a watermelon pearl here. Now, like I say, you can swap this one if you're not happy with the colour, or if you are happy, that's perfect. He's quite a nice sized watermelon as well. If I hold him up so you can have a closer look. And if I run him through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Greeny blue. I don't know if I'm going to have any greeny blues in my swaps at the moment. Now I'm going to have like a two-tone blue or even a two-tone green, but I don't know if I'm going to have the mix of them both, if that makes sense. Is there one that you would prefer, a two-tone blue or green? If that. So I've just got the two-tone blues out. What do you think? What would you prefer? Two-tone green. Okay, that's perfect. Let me. Okay, so the two-tone greens. Let's find a nice. So that one there is quite interesting, actually. Let me show you this one. So this one's quite large. He's not only two-tonal apple green, so he's lighter and darker. He also has these darker green spots to him, so you can already see he's light and dark green, but he also has these sort of flashes of bright green as well. So you have that sort of three-tone with the green coming through. Would you be happy with that one there? Okay, there we go. That should be working now. Let me just move that to somewhere. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Right, let me just... Oh, hang on. Can you hear me now? Yes, you can. Let's go down. So, we've got... these two here. So visually, this is the larger one. So the larger one is lighter and darker sea green as you go around there. And then this one here, again, is visually smaller and you've got lighter and darker green. If these are the right sort of shade, would you prefer the lighter or, no, sorry, the larger or the smaller one? The bigger one is yours. Not a problem, my lovely. Okay, so let me just bring you back up here. I knew the microphone would go at 4 hours, so it lasted to 4 hours 9 minutes, which isn't too bad because the battery pack on it is only going to last 4 hours. And I have this microphone as a standby, but I can't have it plugged in at the same time. So it's one of those that I have to sort of swap over quickly. Heather, you're very, very welcome. And Kathleen, I hope you're happy as well. So I've wrapped up all your shells here. And I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that is safe up there for you. Okay, up next is Janet Knight. Janet, are you here? Oh. Janet, hello, my lovely. So you also have a tantalising treat. So I'm going to need to know what pumpkin face you would like and then what number you would like as well. So it is number 1 is the top line, number 2 is the bottom line, and number 3 is the third line. Heather, I'm glad you're happy. Sorry, if you can't hear me for a second, I've just realised I'm not wearing the lapel mic. So I've just turned around to fill up the bags on the board. So if you can't hear me for a second, I do apologise. Jeanette, though, I will need to know what face you would like and what number bag you would like as well. So that all topped up again for you, my lovely. Oh, Evel Knievel number 3. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know, because with this mic, obviously it comes with me. With that one, it stays on the desk, so I have to remember that I can't go away. Okay, so Evel Knievel number 3 is the one, this very bottom corner here. So if I grab him, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So in here, you have 1, you have 2, and you have 3 oysters there. So let me get him open for you. There's 1 and 2 and 3. So like I say, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Let's go down. You'd like to keep your shells, okay. Okay, so oyster number 1. Ooh, double pop there. And in your oyster, there is a little bit of a pearl blister there, but I can see you have a darker chocolate pearl. Let me pop him out, and I'm just having a squidge in here. There's no more in that one. So you have a dark chocolate pearl to start with. Okay, so if I dry him up and hold him up so you can have a closer look as well. Then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in your second oyster, you have a lemon yellow. And there's no more in that one. So again, if I just clean these up for you. And here is your lemon yellow. So you've got a larger dark chocolate and a lemon yellow. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is again from Evel Knievel with your tantalising treats. So in here, there's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning with yellow twins there. So you've got the single yellow pearl. And now you're twinning yellows as well. Jan, I hope you're happy with all of these colours here. Now I'm just taking these off here for you. And then again, let me just dry these up so you can have a closer look. So you've got twinning lemon yellows, that chocolate, and then that single yellow as well. Jan, I hope you're happy with all of these. Lobster fittings on all of them, of course you can. So the single yellow is not a 6, he's a 6.5. The chocolate is not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. Sorry, I've got hiccups. He's an 8.5. Yellow twin number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And yellow twin number 2's not a 4.5, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5 as well. If I bring you back up here. And I'm just going to wrap up your shells for you. And we'll do your trick or treat in just a second. Okay, so if I write that down for you that you'd like them on lobster fittings, that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow. And it will go to the email address that's on the order form, okay. So if I do your trick or treat, if I dive in here, good luck, my lovely. And in here, you have a treat. You have a 15% off code for the website, which means tomorrow you'll get an email from me with a 15% off code on there, which you'll be able to use on the website straight away, but also it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it if you would like to. Jan, I hope you're happy with everything there, and I've wrapped up your shells and they're nice and safe there for you as well. Oh, bless you. The sea green is very fitting for Slytherin. I will agree with you there. Bless you. So, I've just refreshed that page. I believe we've come to the end of our order list for today. Thank you all for watching and for joining us today. Don't forget to come and say that you're going to the Facebook event dates that I make, because it just means that Facebook will notify you when we're going live. If you'd like to order, we're going to be live again on Sunday evening, starting the live slightly earlier at 7:30 p.m. So if you'd like to join us, I'll see you on Sunday. Don't forget to give the page a thumbs up. I would really appreciate it. And take care, guys. Bye.